I've been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon, your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide. And your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
I'm hulking arrows, camera shield, Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Hello and welcome to the Marvel Rivals Invitational for EMEA. It is an absolute pleasure to be able to do this, like, for the first real big events that we get in this game, and to do it with somebody who, like, could be my son. Honestly, I think there's there. So it honestly, Kenobi, it's been a while since we worked together in other stuff, so it's an absolute pleasure to have you here as well.
Yeah, I'm glad to be here in EMEA. I stuck my American accent a little bit past security there to get here around these European voices, but I have my French passport, so I'm not, I'm still cool with the EMEA vibes.
That's enough, Red, for sure. Like, I think ultimately it's also just a perfect opportunity, right? Like, we've had a major patch with some big changes that have shifted the meta, 2 new characters, and all sorts of like different combinations of stuff. Now we actually have some of the orgs getting involved too, whereas I think they were sort of testing the waters a little bit, I think, for Marvel Rivals Esports. But before we get into anything, it is the last day of February, so most of us would prefer to have Valentine's Day behind us, but it's going to be thrown in our face again because we have the 60th wedding anniversary bundle for Mr. Fantastic and Invisible Woman that's in-game, worth looking into. And yeah, it's definitely going to be amongst us, I think, over this weekend to just keep reminding us how unhappy we are in comparison to those two.
Yeah,
but
I want someone to treat me like Mr. Fantastic treats Invisible Woman. Honestly, that's what I want in my life. So I got to get that bundle to make sure I can cosplay a little bit, just like a tiny bit,
just a little bit, live a little bit at home. But yeah, we've had a couple of weeks of this tournament already, mostly in the Oceanic region and also in Asia. But now that we're getting into the EMEA North America, you can see from the schedule, we just have more days, more weeks. This week especially is going to be a real good showing of the teams, the meta, and how things are forming at the most part. And then obviously we have NA the week afterwards. So plenty to look at, especially over the last couple of weeks, with teams playing on the newest patch, with the likes of The Thing and the Human Torch being in play as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see kind of how the meta is going to solidify, because we did have that Asia tournament where it was, right when the patch hit, and now we're having a week now. We have a week, coming up to kind of figure out what exactly the meta is going to be. Has it changed at all with the Thing and with the Human Torch being in the game? Some of the changes as well to some of those heroes that we had in the patch notes. So it's really going to be a good kind of solidification of the meta as we go forward into EMEA this week and next week, and then also NA.
Also, the prize pool major in all of the regions, 100k total, 40k of that going towards the champions. And yeah, like we sort of been saying, like, I imagine, Kenobi, you've been following through with the game in its esports scene overall across all of the regions at this point. We've had some invitationals previously in season 0, and also we got a good look at what the Marvel Rivals Championship is going to be like and how it's set up, all of its in-game stuff. This feels like it's the real start of something major, with some of the orgs getting involved, the orgs that we're going to see in this tournament especially. This feels that everybody's paying attention to what Marvel Esports could potentially be.
Yeah, I think it's a great kind of litmus test for the entirety of the esport, right? Because you have all those orgs, like you mentioned. You have a lot of incredible players as well that are coming to the forefront. It's like kind of the start of what the esport is going to be, especially in this EMEA region, and who's going to be at the top. But you can already see what we have for the schedule today. All of our 8 teams going to be playing in that Swiss system to start things off. And when you're talking about the orgs, I mean, you see already right now what we're looking at: OG, LG, FNATIC, VIRTUS.PRO. A lot of these names, Twisted Minds, like, a lot of these names are known to people around the esports scene, and now coming into Marvel Rivals, it's just a very exciting time.
For sure. I think FNATIC is the major one, really. I think one of the top tier players, I suppose, in multiple esports, but the fact that they've decided to dive in, and we'll have a very special guest regarding FNATIC in a short second. But I think, yeah, you're right. Like, VIRTUS.PRO, Twisted Minds, very involved in similar hero shooters, right? But it is the fact of, like, now a lot of teams very quickly turning around, I suppose, that kind of getting involved in this stage. And these teams have been playing for quite some time. I guess that's also another interesting point, right? Because as somebody that's like probably watched a good amount of like the season 0 invitational, how many of the players are the same in this tournament in comparison to like last, right? Because there was a lot of teams that maybe played through the closed beta, played in some, community tournaments and stuff, that are no longer at this like top 8 teams in a region level, because so many new players have come in and started absolutely dominating on various characters.
Yeah, not only that, but like the players who have been playing, they've formed different teams, and like I think that'll be interesting kind of see, because this is a 2-week tournament, like from this week to next week, how is that going to improve kind of the relationship between the team, the chemistry and all that. It's going to be a great thing to watch.
For sure. Before we get into any of the real games, like I said, we have a very special guest. We mentioned FNATIC already. I think it's worth talking to not only the IGL of FNATIC with LinePro, but also just somebody that has made a lot of educational content and been involved in various hero shooters and has a very tenured history. Do you think that's like a fair introduction for you, LinePro?
Well, I was thinking of introducing myself, but I think you guys introduced me very well. Thank you very much, Ryan Kenobi, for having me here today. I'm very excited, honestly.
I think the biggest question I have to start off with is like IGL of FNATIC, especially at this point. Like, what does that feel like? Because you have, again, like a pretty tenured esports history. You dedicated pretty early into Marvel Rivals during a closed beta, streaming it a lot and stuff. And then also winning a fairly recent EMEA tournament I do want to touch on very shortly. Like, what does it feel like to be the FNATIC IGL?
Well, honestly, I think IGLing is something that's very natural for me. It's something that I really like, but it's a great honor to be part of FNATIC, because I think like a lot of us, ever since we were kids, like we watch all those big players, right? And all those big teams compete against each other. And I think FNATIC has always been one of my favorites, probably my favorite. It's a great honor. It's a lot of pressure as well, but for me, this pressure, it's something that helps me focus. So I'm just really excited. I'm just really happy and excited to be part of it. And I feel very motivated for it.
I mean, we're going to be excited to cast you later, but I kind of want to dive into the nitty gritty of the meta right now, because if we have one of the biggest brains, we got to get some of that info out for us, the casters. You know, we're not as good as you, so we got to make sure that we can leech a little bit off of your big brain. But like, what in the current meta, we did have that patch recently. I've seen some clips of you on Twitter, you know, playing some Loki and stuff like that. What do you think kind of the meta currently is looking like for a lot of these teams? Because EMEA always feels like it has its own flavor of what they want to play for the meta. What do you think it is?
I think something really good about Marvel Rivals, the devs are doing incredible job. I think this is one of the only games where when I'm playing, I genuinely feel like almost everything is meta, almost everything is playable. I can't really tell you, like, I just feel like some teams are really gonna surprise us. There was like some point where there was like some very obvious meta, double shield with Magneto Strange as tanks. Back in the days, Hela Punisher, whatever. But I feel like everything has changed so much. Pretty much everything is playable, honestly. And I think one big reason of it's not only like the devs doing like a really great job balancing the game. I also think it's the bans and the save. I think the fact that we are able to ban heroes and save heroes makes the game way more flexible, and there's not like very specific meta, you know, because maybe some team just practice Strange Magneto and maybe just ban those tanks from him, and now they're forced to play something different. Have they practiced those heroes? Or maybe some really good strategists right now are Luna, Loki, and what happens if you ban those heroes? Have they practiced something that's not that? Are they gonna save maybe one of them to secure play a comfortable role? So I just feel like we're really gonna see a big diversity of compositions in the, at least in the, like in the European region. I don't know about NA or Asia. What are they practicing? But here it's very, very versatile, I think.
Yeah, I think sort of what you mentioned with like the pick and bans as well is like a key area, because, you know, for EMEA especially, it's a massive region. It all sorts of esports, there's always a big scrimming community. I hopefully, like, we have a graphic to look through some of the teams that are in this tournament. Again, other big organizations other than yourselves. Like, how competitive is it at the top level? Like, we have 8 teams in this tournament. Are all 8 of those teams would you consider like S tier? Are there other teams that you would add into that level? Like, how competitive is it in EMEA right now?
I think it's very competitive. It's like, it's very unlucky that it's only 8 teams, because I think there's also a lot of other great teams that they didn't manage to play the Invitational. You guys will be surprised because there's like a lot of good teams actually. But I would say there's like 3 or 4 that outstand above others, as long as they stay together, I feel like. Because, you know, like, it's early days in the game is pretty new, and people still need to get to know each other. Maybe they play for a month, but maybe they don't feel comfortable, or they would like to play with someone else. I would say in the current Invitational, VIRTUS.PRO looks really, really strong. OG looks very strong as well. I think Twisted Minds looks really strong as well. Luminosity looks... I mean, honestly, every team, everything can do great. And some of them have also, like, as I said, since there's like not a specific meta, they can always surprise you with some strategy, or maybe they ban something that you didn't expect. At the end of the day, it's best of 3. If you don't figure out what you want to ban after your first loss in case you lose, anything can happen. A lot of teams are really good.
Okay, So kind of going back to, you know, you in particular being the IGL, how does that communication structure work? Kind of, is it just, you know, there's one person that's doing the majority of the calling? Is it like committee? Like how exactly does it kind of work in that like team environment?
Oh, I'm honestly blessed. I think in my case, it's like I'm just blessed to have like really good teammates, because my teammates are like really good at listening, you know. They're all very vocal, but they really respect like structure. So usually it's me speaking the most, then maybe networks, because I'm like leading from the backline as a support, as a strategist, and maybe networks, it's leading more the frontline as a vanguard. But everyone is very vocal. So I just feel like we all speak a lot, but I'm just blessed that they really respect me a lot. And I feel like our communication is really good, and they just make my life way easier.
For the final question, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here. Assuming that you are the team that one of the teams that gets to the grand final, who are you playing against?
I think we're playing against VIRTUS.PRO for sure. VIRTUS.PRO is
like the other favorites.
The one. Yeah, I mean, they won the last Marvel Rivals Championship. There was like another tournament before the Marvel Rivals Championship that they just didn't present. I would have loved for them to play it to see what would have happened. We won that journey, and I feel like maybe it wouldn't go that way if they played. So I just feel like it's a match that I would like to have in the finals. I would really like to play them.
Well, we're definitely going to see you in the Swiss stage, so hopefully at least. So we're going to be able to, no doubt, see how that matchup goes. But thank you very much, LimePro. Good luck for today's games. You're on a little bit later against Luminosity Gaming. So actually, if you're still here, I don't know if you are because we switched away. What do you think of the team? Like, who's the player to look out for in Luminosity Gaming, seeing as we have the graphic?
Wow, I think there's like a lot of great players, but I think one guy that we have to look at, it's Sestoid. Sestoid was also my previous teammate. He's really good at hitscan, probably one of the best hitscan, if not the best, in Europe.
Ooh, okay.
Out there, really good. And trust me, it's like a really good IGL as well. I've watched their games. In general, they're like really good team. OG Esports, this is another team that I feel like it's gonna be way scarier than people think, because some of those players, people don't know them as well yet, but I feel like they have some very aggressive and flexible style, very chaotic, and if you fall in their game, it can be big chaos, but that's something that favors them. I think this is one of the other, probably the second best in my opinion after VIRTUS.PRO.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
What of these teams as well do you scrim a lot? Because there's the likes of like Dusty and stuff, right?
Oh, a lot of those.
Might have
I think
couple of players you might recognize.
Yeah, except VIRTUS.PRO, that I believe they are not screaming Europe. I think pretty much everyone. Dusty is an incredibly good team. Their communication is also really good since they're all Icelandic. Yeah. Wow, this team actually qualified top 3 in the beta tournament. They're really good.
Have they made any roster moves since then? Because that was quite a while ago.
I believe Finzi was playing for them, and he's currently the tank for VIRTUS.PRO, if I'm not mistaken. But I think someone that I really like from this team, it's still Milkboy. Milkboy and Frankie Boxing, I think their front end, it's really good. Twisted Mind, I think this is...
as well.
Yeah, this is... After VIRTUS.PRO and OG, I think this is the next team to look up to. They're very scary. Honestly, they're very scary. They also have a very chaotic playstyle, but like not as chaotic as OG. They have a lot of individually really good players. I think Kai is one of those tanks that stood up.
Yeah.
Kaiser, it's kind of a very off-meta guy, you know? This guy is someone that you definitely want to watch because he plays like a lot of off-meta heroes, but he actually plays them very well. And it's very surprising. Okay. This is like what I talked about. Like, there's not like a specific meta that everyone will play. Then you have people like Kaiser who's like very flexible, playing weird heroes. And team captain, I think we all know who team captain is, right? I don't know. I think this team can be really scary. It really depends on what people ban against them. They're an amazing team.
Seen a lot of Squirrel Girl, I think, in some of these like profile pictures as well, like Human Torch Epaterco. Like, I guess that's such a good question. Like, ESPORTS is like the first team that we're going to be watching, but I am curious on like the Thing and Human Torch actually. Like, I feel like we're going to see a good amount of the Thing. Human Torch, I think, is a little bit of an outlier at the moment.
I think Human Torch we might not see that much. Maybe someone surprises us. It's not an easy hero. And it's very new. Maybe people are not going to play new heroes. But this team is kind of crazy. I have personally not played against them as a team, but I have played against them individually. They're all individually good, really, really good players. I'm surprised to see Error Terror on Luna here because he's like really good Namor player as well. So it really depends on what they play.
Tell us about this Line Pro guy. What's up with that? What's up with this Line Pro guy?
Well, I think this is. I hope this is the winning, like the team that's gonna win the whole thing. Personally, I don't really tell you who you should look because everyone is just so good. I'm gonna be honest. Before we make FNATIC, we all individually had a lot of trials for a lot of teams. We could have gone anywhere, and we decided to do our own thing. And I think we all believe we picked the best player on each row. So I'm just really happy and blessed to have those amazingly talented teammates. One really good thing that I think makes a big difference between us and another team, I think we're probably the most flexible team out there. Because you can see, for example, Networks here on Blacks, they have Hulk and Groot. They also play Strange Mag, but they also play Venom, Captain America, Thor, The Thing. So everyone's very flexible. And I think Melee and Mukmut are also the two duelists that are the most flexible right now. So I just feel like our flexibility is what shines above. Like, that's what makes us probably different than other teams right now.
Yeah, I was going to ask, like, what separates a good team versus a great team right now?
When people try to ban, sometimes you're going to ban one or two heroes and that's it, but you don't know. I feel like people struggle not know what to ban against us. Team PEPS, this is a crazy team. And I believe they all speak in French, so they should have, like, easy communication. Hardest and Timo, I think we like, they were, I know them from competing with them previously. They're really good players. I have no idea how is it going to go for them. They're a really good team and they've been improving a lot. They didn't find much success yet in the previous tournament that I spoke about, but I think this is one of the teams that worked the hardest because I know they play a lot of scrims. They watch a lot of bots. They might have improved more than anyone. So I'm honestly surprised to see what are they gonna do, you know, in the tourney. How are they gonna do?
Like a dark horse for the tournament kind of thing.
Yeah. And I think this is like the current team that everyone's probably looking up to, probably the favorites. They're all ex-professionals, and one really, really good thing about them, it's they were together since Alpha, even better. So they played Alpha tournament together, they played Beta tournament together, they won. They played a Season 0 tournament together, they won. I think they won, except Alpha, which was like North America. They didn't find much success there, but they found success in Beta, they found success in Season 0. And they're usually always like around top 50 or top 20 in the ranking. This is a crazy good team and the team to beat. They're really good.
I was going to say, I recognize the majority of names that are still there. Yeah. You also mentioned something really interesting there, like just final question. There was a lot of NA teams that came over to play European tournaments and vice versa, right? Like, it feels that everybody's just vying to compete in, if it's a $100 tournament, if it's a 100K tournament like this one, there's a lot of teams that want to play regardless of what region that you're in, right?
Yeah. Honestly, I also think it's because the servers are pretty good. Like, we are playing in NA. Like, when I'm ranking, we can queue NA as well. And I feel like the ping is not that high. It's very, very playable. It doesn't feel bad. But also, I think it's because people are really loving esports and competition from our rivals, which I hope it grows bigger, and stronger. Because, as you said, like, it doesn't matter the prize pool or the region. Everyone's trying to compete and play in every tourney. And it's very enjoyable to watch and play. And I don't know. I just feel like ever since Marvel Rivals came out, we're just blessed, you know. I just hope there's even more tournaments in the future or potentially a league. That would be awesome.
We also had some predictions for the games today, at least. So pretty much all in line. Maybe there's like a couple of extra maps here. I think Line Pro probably wanted to finish your series a little bit earlier than we might have predicted. But like, it does... Do you feel like it is going to be kind of like, especially the Swiss stage, is it going to be relatively cut and dry, or do you think there's going to be a lot of upsets?
Wow, I mean, I think it's the first big journey, and there's going to be a lot of people are going to be nervous. Things can happen because, you know, sometimes you're like working for like very long time, and then you jump into the game and you look at the timer and you see 4 minutes, and you're thinking, what? This is it? The next 4 minutes are gonna determine my success, my future from everything I worked previously. And that's kind of crazy. And I feel like people can get really nervous. There can be some surprises, honestly. There can be some really good teams losing against some teams that might initially not look as great. And I don't know. It's good. It's really gonna be very random, in my opinion. It's gonna be very random. Maybe those teams that train more, they prevail, but we'll see. I think there's gonna be surprises.
For sure. I mean, is there any other stuff, Kenobi, that you want to pick apart when it comes to the meta? Because I feel like it's way too, like, is there a bit of a difference with EMEA meta? Like, we've all, again, kind of gone from similar scores for the predictions, but like, we saw some interesting stuff from Asia. How different is EMEA going to be from that, I guess? From like both of you, actually, as two people that are well knowledged.
Yeah, I do watch NA more, not gonna lie, but I just genuinely think still, like, it's just so flexible that it doesn't depend so much on the region, but the team, you know? Like, for example, Namor is a crazy good hero right now. It's not getting nerfed, so like, as long as he has like team up with Luna, it's really, really good. For example, in Europe, people tend to like be scared of Namor. Maybe in NA, they prefer to play Bucky and maybe play Raccoon on device. But it's not that it's not playable. Some teams in Europe, they also play that. I feel like it just really depends on the team more than the region, honestly. It really depends on the player you have. That's why I feel like in Marvel Rivals, because there's ban system and there's like so many heroes and almost everything is playable, people need to be very flexible, you know? It ends up to how flexible you are.
Yeah, I think
it's like a rock, paper, scissors game at some point.
Oh, yeah, I mean, especially at this point, especially when it's so new as
like
well.
Maybe this,
but
maybe
like
this composition counters this one, this other one counters that one, but that one is the counter of the first one. It's very crazy.
It's rock, paper, scissors.
I worry that we're going to be here all day. Yeah, like I don't want to keep you any longer because you've got an official in a bit, but I do feel we could be talking throughout this. So I'm going to let you go, and good luck for your game later on. And yeah, like, I'm excited to see how you guys in the EMEA plays overall.
Yeah. Thank you very much for having me, and I hope for everyone that is watching, you guys cheer for us, and always Fnatic.
I mean,
we could have done a mini podcast, I feel like, with LinePro right
genuinely
there.
just trio cast this, just have him on for this first game, I think, at this point. But like, there's so much knowledge there, I suppose, as somebody that has just been like not only winning tournaments in EMEA, but like being picked up by FNATIC, is just, you know, across, again, different esports. He's been around almost as long as I have, it feels like. And he's somebody that just has a plethora of experience. And so having somebody IGL in a game like this seems to be perfect for a team like FNATIC, right?
Yeah. I think that the other thing, kind of like talking about the meta, is that it does, like, I like that LinePro said that there is a lot of flexibility right now, which is interesting because, you know, me and you, Ryan, we've been covering, you know, shooter-based heroes for a while. It feels like EMEA always loves that like brawly style, right? Like they love to like get in there with like the, you know, the very brawly heroes. I think like Groot is something that I'm really going to be looking out for, because of how strong Groot is, how good Strangling Prison is, kind of comboed along with a lot of these other ultimates. But again, I think LinePro, the biggest thing that I'm taking away from that is that pick ban matters a lot, is what I'm hearing, especially like if you have like, not only just for like a meta composition, but if there's someone who's like I remember Sparker, for instance. Every time I'm watching like scrims, like previously with like Sparker in it before the patch, Psylocke is instantly banned. You're just not allowed to play Psylocke if you're Sparker because he's that good at that hero. So I wonder if there's going to be, especially when we go through like series in particular, is there going to be that like kind of decision where it's like, okay, this person's playing super well on this hero, we got to take it away, and then that kind of will leave some openings up.
We're pretty much straight into it. Again, as a reminder, these first 3 days of the 6-day tournament is going to be the Swiss stage. It is also not an elimination Swiss. It is just moving teams up to the upper and lower brackets of a double bracket next weekend. But it does give us a good chance to see these teams. First up, ECSTATIC versus OG. They were getting into this fairly soon, fairly quickly. Kenobi, what is there to look out for, I suppose, when it comes to what is popular, what isn't, generally?
Yeah, I think that in terms of like what's popular, it's still a lot of like the same stuff that we've seen beforehand. You know, I think Hela is something that we're going to have to check on, especially now that it is banned right now, so it's not going to be in this. And whenever Hela gets banned, it always tells me kind of like flyers start to get a little bit more priority, Magneto's taken off the board, and Luna is going to be saved here. And one of the things I think Magneto does when it is banned in the draft is that Meteor M isn't there and isn't able to kill through a lot of those support ultimates. That's what Meteor M and Magneto is so good at right now, is being be able to take out those very important strategist ultimates in the middle of those fights. So now it's going to be Luna protected and Wolverine protected. So now the Vanguards, Ryan, don't get to have fun.
Oh no, not at all. It's the most horrifying thing to see. And the Namor ban, I think, is a good one when you have got Luna Snow saved on the other side. That combination, chilling charisma, I think it is genuinely a scary one with how much that those squids can slow people down and just make Namor an utter nuisance to deal with. So obviously there's so many different characters for these guys to pick, but it does feel a little bit like OG have not won out the bans as such because there's so little, but that's a big advantage, I suppose, to have.
Yeah, and I think, you know, getting rid of the banner as well is just, you don't want to deal with the Gamma team up that we have coming in with the Hulk and with the Doctor Strange. I think that's a good understanding. And now I wonder kind of where that, is there going to be like a second Vanguard at this point? Because the pool has been pinched pretty significantly. You know, you have Venom, you have Groot as well that you can play, but a lot of the time you see Magneto, especially in what I've seen in scrims, Magneto is very, very strong, and taking that off the board opens up the Vanguard pool pretty significantly as well. And again, with the Hela banned, Flyers become so valuable, and that is going to mean that Storm is going to be played probably more often than not.
Get into symbiotic service, the convergence map, good way to sort of get us warmed up for this for the most part. We do see ALX on the Rocket Raccoon, but just because he's on attack, it's just to build up a little bit of armor, isn't it, really? And then he's looking to switch off.
Yeah, and I think kind of when we're looking at this matchup in particular of what we're seeing from both these teams, obviously the Wolverine Feral Leap is going to be incredibly important, but the regenerative barrier or regenerative domain from the Loki is another cooldown that we're going to have to be looking out for, because that's really an important cooldown in the neutral, right? When you have that, if you're able to force it out as whatever team you are, that's kind of like your go button here between both of these teams. And also, combat along with that, the Storm, you're going to have to be looking out for that Goddess boost. It does so much, and this Storm battle could really turn the tides a lot with what we're seeing.
Feels like the common thing that we're going to be seeing is that teleport coming in over for the Doctor Strange on the attack, but it's actually been held off. You could see the defenders trying to set up to make sure that those positions weren't given up. They're just going for like a pretty much rush to point approach, take a lot of these fights, and that first pick of the tournament going over towards Etsu, who's absolutely chewing people up. And before we even know it, OG might be actually taking this point sub 1 minute.
Yeah, that was really quick from OG there. And one of the things about this as well is that you're seeing the Hawkeye actually from nothing at the start just to try and offer some hit scan value to deal with the Storm in the air, but Etsu doesn't worry about it at all. And now you can see nothing actually just going over to this Star-Lord just to offer a little bit of an easier time, have some ability to peel away for yourself to deal with that Storm in the sky, because Etsu right now is on a tear.
I mean, Line Pro wasn't kidding when he said that this team is aggressive and in the faces, because they are just managing to move things along swiftly. Wolverine trying to cut up as many people as possible. And it is a little bit of a stagger. A lot of this point pushback initially. You do have the God of Mischief available. It's the only ultimate available thus far, because really not much has happened time-wise to get ECSTATIC onto the board.
Yeah, and what I'm worried about is the Omega Hurricane as well from Etsu, because you can use this ultimate very well in terms of just tempoing through, because you know probably that on the other side for the defense, there's no support ultimates to deal with. ECSTATIC don't have anything, so Etsu here can get a ton of value just by tempoing, and they can cap second very easily right now for OG.
Omega Hurricane coming through, trying to pick a good point. Fate of both worlds, keeping people tapped up and alive as well, and it's just more of the same for OG. Very short name in esports, could be a very short first map that we've seen in this tournament with how things are going. But there's still a lot of time to play. Ultimates forming at least on the side of ECSTATIC, but it's just whether they can keep getting grouped up, because right now they've been staggered one at a time.
Oh, but there's actually an Omega Hurricane coming in, but there is a Fate of Both Worlds on the other side to be able to negate the damage.
God of Mischief also used with that last stand. Wolverine finding some success on the side of ECSTATIC. Lugia just managing to actually gain some control for the most part, but they capped. I mean, I don't know.
No.
I don't
It's
know
a
if
disaster,
we're going to call it a Cloud9 yet. I think we have to see Cloud9 in Marvel Rivals, but it feels almost reminiscent.
Yeah, that's one that's also really, because you committed a lot. You committed the portal, you committed the ultimates for that one, and you just weren't able to hold through. A nice Feral Lunge, Lugia taken down low, but should be able to survive back with the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's just chipping away. Got a Mischief on the attacking side from Ken. Fate of both worlds going to be used from the back of it, and there is a last stand on this attacking side too, and it's just more of the same. The Storm just chipping people apart, isolating these defenders one at a time, chipping them down, but they're falling like a bit of a house of cards at this point. You do have a Galactic Legend for the Star-Lord on this defense, but it's whether you can get out of your own spawn at this rate.
Yeah, you're also going to be looking at Snazzy with the Eye of Agamotto, seeing if you can not just block it, but here comes the Galactic Legend. Can it find any kills?
Everybody's just tried to back up, bunker down as under any terrain that they can get. This Tanuki is the one to go down, and Dr. Strange is doing well to try and block a lot of the damage. Raj is going to try to just chip in, but no other kills have come through at this point. Mega Hurricane trying to create some space, but it's a prime opportunity for an Eye of Agamotto to come out on the side of ECSTATIC.
Yeah, and now I think this is like where you can see ECSTATIC stop the bleeding a little bit. They have to commit a couple of ultimates for that, but it's not too bad. They do have to be a little bit worried about this Eye of Agamotto coming in from Snazzy out the back end. The other thing that's going to be really interesting is we've seen before that last stand being able to push people out of those key strategist ultimates, and we'll see if Tanuki can do the same thing with already ECSTATIC having two ultimates. But oh my god, Gaines is down.
All of these fights starting with that first elimination from the Storm on this attack. Mega Hurricane going to be used again. Eye of Agamotto actually wasn't used there at all. It was just the explosion with the E. And a lot of dives coming in on various sides, just trying to find some control. It is just support ult after support ult with two Lokis in play. It really is just repeating these big ultimates to keep people alive. And still, so much is being used. So much is being rotated out from OG on this side.
Oh!
It is the Picks actually going the defensive way, and that's a hell of a catch onto an ult-in Star-Lord.
Yeah, Pharaoh Lunge is able to take down the Star-Lord, so no more Galactic Legend. Eye of Agamotto still available. Can the heals come through? They can. Snazzy's looking for it.
Now just wanting to keep on going. Looks like the objective is going to be capped. A good amount of time wasted towards the end, but with just below 3 minutes on the clock, Kenobi, that's a tough time to contest over on the side of ECSTATIC's attack now.
It's also a map that's like really hard to work with. And I just love the decision making kind of the tempo and the understanding, you know, using, I think I'm understanding also, Ryan, why there was a Heliban immediately from OG, because Etsu has just been fantastic so far. The Storm matchup isn't really a Storm matchup whatsoever. Etsu has kind of taken over the lobby significantly, and it's because of the fact that there's not really that direct counter. You saw Nutton was trying to play the Hawkeye, didn't manage to really get a ton of value, had to switch over to the Star-Lord. Maybe now on the offensive end, you have a little bit better time playing with some of these angles, but right now, it feels like Etsu is really taking over this lobby at the current moment.
Is it a little bit of like disrespect as well from ECSTATIC? Because he was just finding those first picks with players not really out of position, but just out in the open. Maybe they just weren't expected to be bursted down that much that quickly, it felt.
Yeah, I think that's also because, you know, Goddess Boost it does so much damage, and it like can keep you off guard a little bit, and especially if you're just like two-tapping people and your Loki's not there with the regen domain, it's very difficult to kind of stay alive if there's a Storm who is just like free farming you. So I think that for ECSTATIC, they have to play a little bit more respectfully, like you mentioned, against Etsu because of how well Etsu is currently playing. And I wouldn't be surprised if we do see like a Storm ban coming in after this with how this matchup has been going so far.
Team's trying to not go for that obvious Doctor Strange teleport play. Just trying to kind of go maybe not necessarily route 1, but route 2 this time from ECSTATIC, trying to go and flank around this side. The Venom looking for dives more than anything. Interesting pick, not really picked that much in the Asian tournament, so it is interesting to see so much success being found from OG with it.
This dive gets some good damage done, and the cleave is really working out right now for Etsu. Already 50% towards that Omega Hurricane, so getting a ton of value. The Pharaoh Lunge doesn't manage to find the Storm, so that's a big key cooldown that's not there.
Doctor Strange lifting themselves, levitating into the air, but it's just enough to allow that E-charge to smite him down. No shields means that a lot of this damage can come through on this defensive side, and like you mentioned with the Storm, not too far away from churning out an ultimate. They were actually taken out, so it is a little bit more even in this fight, and ultimate's not quite available for the supports yet, but look how much it's churning out for Ken on this Loki. He might have a God of Mischief very soon, but he's just shy. He gets taken out from Among that's on the Storm on the other side, and this Hawkeye just the pick comps is actually finding a lot of success too.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it, Ryan, as the Venom Ultimate's going to come through. I'm not sure if it's going to get a ton of value. That might be a switch as well. But you talked about how kind of they were playing a little bit, not respecting that Storm, not playing or playing super away from each other. As Omega Hurricane's actually coming in from Etsu, trying to probably force out an ultimate along with the other one. Fate of Both Worlds does get through. They're trying to come back into this, Ryan. This might be an overcommit.
And teleport doors being opened, so it's a little bit of an awkward just watching the payload slowly move away as it starts to get moving. I don't think it was quite as fast as how OG took it, but still impressive for ECSTATIC to just find what is needed. Now it's just a case of whether they can keep that stagger up themselves or whether OG can get a bit more control in this early part of the second objective.
Tanuki trying to get in another Pharaoh lunge here. Is actually the Hawkeye ultimate's going to come through, and now it's a lot of commitments right now. These ultimates are flying forward.
Is just churning out with a Fate of Both Worlds. I think both sides using it. Hunter Sight also used from the Hawkeye, just churning out damage. And this Wolverine perspective is genuinely feral with how much damage he's able to do. But the heal, the sustain is just keeping everybody up. It's an absolute bloodbath. But these picks, it is just the Storm and the Hawkeye finding enough damage to actually burst people down. But that's a massive Eye of Agamotto to just stall things out. The kill's going OG's way, and it felt that was a little bit necessary from OG with how much damage ECSTATIC were doing.
Yeah, Snazzy with a from the top rope there. Eye of Agamotto that gets 3 perfectly placed, and OG are going to be able to stop the bleeding right now, keeping a couple of very key ultimates. You are going to be having that Fate of Both Worlds from Alex right there to combo along, or to get rid of the damage that's going to be coming in from the Omega Hurricane, as here comes Ama.
Lunge is good, and taking out the Doctor Strange is a big one thing. Omega Hurricane going in, but seems to be more like backing out and peeling. God of Mischief, I think, was one of the main reasons as to why. And yeah, both these Wolverines are definitely giving us a lot of high-octane stuff to be watching. But it does actually give ECSTATIC a bit of space to push through the payload. Now, again, it doesn't feel like it's sort of matching the same time as what OG were doing. But I don't think it matters at this rate, because some ultimates, some big ones especially, are available. And it's just got a Mischief, I guess, they need to watch out for OG's defense.
Yeah, also I'm looking at Terror's ultimate charge right now, seeing if Fate of Both Worlds can come through, because there is an Omega Hurricane on the other side. 99%. Fate of Both Worlds is here, though.
Just these support ultimates, seeing if they can keep people out. It is the Hawkeye only one to go down so far. So 6 versus 5. OG's defense trying to just cut through and find something. Last stand from the Wolverine, just lunging down, taking out picks. He's found himself free. And now it's maybe OG taking this back into their hands. Tanuki's given us plenty to watch. And I think on Wolverine, a character that we really didn't see that much in the Asian part of this tournament, in the Invitationals, probably going to look very popular this weekend from the looks of it.
Yeah, especially with how good it is at just dealing with these tanks. But unfortunately for OG, they don't have any ultimates to really work with right now. So if you're on the attack here, you want to try and get something done. But Amungo's taken out by Etsu already. And just in this neutral fight, it's OG winning it very handedly here, Ryan.
You're pushing them back to their spawn. Just under 2 minutes on the clock for ECSTATIC to get things going. The swap over actually for Lugia as well. It's moved over to the Thing. First time that we've seen him so far, at least on this map. And then got a Mischief, Hunter's Sight on the ultimates available. Omega Hurricane not too far away, at least for Amon. But Fate of Both Worlds on this defensive side, and an Eye of Agamotto, considering how well positioned these have been on this defense, might just be exactly what they need.
Hunter Sight doing a lot in terms of getting some of these barriers out at the current moment, as we do see a swap to the Thing, but here comes the Omega Hurricane comboed along with Eye of Agamotto. It's for Ryan, and this Storm is going to annihilate all of ECSTATIC, in this time bank that they had that was looking so decent has been whittled down to only a minute, and we're getting towards that last fight territory.
Because that's been the defining factor of just, even if it's just forcing out a couple of fights, even at a point we see ECSTATIC winning a team fight and actually taking this to that third part of the map, it is just the time that's available. You have to finish the map, and you have to do it with a good amount of time left. I don't even think that's even physically possible to compete with, but now it's a case of just getting it over the line, I think, for ECSTATIC. Again, these big ultimates, just keeping people alive, sustaining through this crazy damage and deathballing as much on the objective as you possibly can. Exploring some of the dark matter, not quite enough. And Feast of the Abyss actually does find that pick onto Amon, which might be just enough to swing this back into, like, OG's favor.
Yeah, I mean, there's last stand as well from Tanuki. Doesn't manage to find anything quite yet, but it looks like it's just dwindling down right now for ECSTATIC, especially with these picks off the back end. And with 10 seconds left, Ryan, I don't know if there's a way back in, maybe a portal, but besides that, it looks like it's very convincing for OG to start things off.
I think that's why Zoe was just sitting there as well, to make sure that people couldn't get out and teleport at all. But a pretty dominant in places for OG for sure. Some really clean team fights for them to work with. But a good amount of fight back from ECSTATIC at the same time. It could be very map dependent. It could be very fan pick dependent as well, considering some of the characters that weren't even involved in this one, Kenobi. Like, how do you feel about it now that we've seen these two teams that actually actively play?
Well, I think Storm might be banned, is what I'm expecting maybe potentially in these next couple of rounds that we see. I mean, you can look at how well Etsu played. It's not like Among didn't really, match up. You can see damage-wise it was relatively the same, but the final hits was really where I'm looking at the difference maker. And then I think the Hawkeye was like kind of a good substitution, I think, for what Hello wanted to do. And I thought that when you mentioned like during the broadcast that at the start they were playing a little bit farther away from themselves, but there was a good adjustment from ECSTATIC, kind of going through that side angle there on that first point, playing a little bit more clumped up so you get a lot of value from the regen domain from the Loki. And I think if you can give that time for a hit scan or a long range DPS to deal damage to the Storm, that's really where we saw a lot of the success from this side of ECSTATIC there. But I think also the DPS were just playing fantastic for OG. Etsu and Tanuki, I mean, the Wolverine Feral leaps were fantastic, and Etsu was just running the lobby, it felt like, for that first point.
A good little bit of chaos, I suppose, in some of these fights at this point, to start us off with this tournament, with these two games. But yeah, I 100% agree. I think it was just like some of the impact on some characters and just the ability to really find out who's worth isolating at this point, it does feel like. But we should be going to a break fairly soon, give the teams a bit of a chance to actually prep for map 2, as it is a full best of 3. So be sure not to go anywhere. We have a little bit of a highlight as well from the last clip. So it's definitely worth keeping an eye on, and we'll be back very shortly.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through. My favorite time.
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational. A pretty clinical performance, as somebody put in chat from OG in that first map, Kenobi. Are we expecting more of the same? I guess it's going to depend a lot on what maps we go to. I do believe it is going to be Yggdrasil's path, so more payload pushing, but at least you don't have that first point to contest over.
Yeah, and I think this is this map in terms of what we saw in the last one, it's a little bit more open, especially, first and second, and then third is like a little bit more enclosed than the other ones. But this is where, if we were going to be seeing Storm a lot, it's a little bit harder to pilot on a map like this because you don't have necessarily that much more of an enclosed area to work around. It's a little bit easier on the other's team to kind of take down that Storm, and if you're not playing in like that clump, you're not getting a lot of value from the boost that you're getting from the Storm. So that might be where I'd be thinking of going if I was, going to try and make the Storm not as good as it was in the previous map, which was, I think, the difference maker.
I think we're obviously keeping a keen eye on what the meta is going to look like for this tournament, full stop. But I am curious, I'm giving you the expert for the EMEA region, despite the fact that you're from America and I'm from EMEA. But I do think one of the big things I want to ask is is there a sense of a meta between maps? Because right now it does feel like it is just a prevalent meta that is good on all maps, on all forms of map types and objectives, it feels.
Yeah, I think that the brawly style of composition is the one that I would say is especially in EMEA, would be like the hard meta. Like I think that if there's going to be like one meta that everyone would want to play, it's probably that one. Even though I think I agree with what Line Pro said earlier, where Line Pro said it's a little bit more open than I think, you know, some of these other regions that we've seen so far, as the Heliband's going to come through again. So this is if we're seeing right now from OG, this just tells me again, Storm is going to be on the table here, but the Wolverine ban is taken out. So that means that the Vanguards actually get to have fun here.
For once, and especially for ECSTATIC, who last map took 2 Vanguards out instead. So it does feel that they maybe limited their options, and then going up against a Wolverine made things messy. Does feel again, at least here, you've got that Lunar Snow save on the side of ECSTATIC. I think it was the other way around last time. The OG almost forced to ban out Namor here.
Yeah, and I think they're going to ban out Namor. I love the pick of, you know, being able to hold this Magneto here, because again, that Meteor M is such a good thing to deal with these very key support ultimates like the Fate of Both Worlds, like the God of Mischief copy is Fate of Both Worlds. So that's one of the things that I think is really important as we're going to be looking in this match in particular, is going to be that Magneto being able to get value off of those Meteor M's. And I'm interested to see what this last ban is going to be, because they did pinch the tank pool last time, but it looks like it's a completely different ban phase coming out from this ECSTATIC team. Star-Lord's going to be taken off the table.
So far, a lot of the characters looking the same from what we've been seeing previously. Lunar Snow, you can understand why the support line is basically a carbon copy either side, when you've got probably, I think, out of all of the support ultimates, and there's some amazing ones that you almost always want. I feel like Fate of Both Worlds is the top dog at the moment, especially with how long its duration is.
Yeah. And the fact that you can just get another one with God of Mischief. So it's like, it's the best ultimate, and now there's 2 of them. So it is, I think that combo is very strong right now, as we're going to be seeing. And when we look at this defensive end, we're going to be seeing Lugia actually come out on the Thing, which is interesting to me, because we did see in Asia this pick after the patch came through was being played pretty significantly. And one of the things I think this is going to be good at is just being able to get into that backline and cause some havoc onto those strategists, because I think one of the things that you can't do is just let this OG team just continuously poke and poke and poke you down with Etsu on this Storm, and being able to keep all of that damage boost alive and everything. You need to have a little bit more agency, I think, and the Thing is going to bring that to the table.
Not quite copies when it comes to the DPS options this time. And a first brief look at Winter Soldier from Tanuki being able to reset that Kraken's impact in this point. We saw a lot from the likes of Gaius in the Asian tournament last week, and I imagine we're going to be seeing more of the same here. This is almost an early engagement fight from ECSTATIC. They're not really just poking and prodding to find this space. Lugia almost a little bit lucky to be alive there, because he took so much burst damage.
Yeah, Lugia trying to just play as like a Vanguard in the front, trying their best to hold this positioning and not give it away to OG at the start. But OG is totally fine, just kind of going back and forth right now, poking down as best as they can. You're going to be looking at Tanuki with the Bionic Arm potentially soon, seeing if that poke can come through. But already a pick onto the Loki, and that's a huge, huge amount of healing that's going to be lost here, Ryan.
Just taking a bit of high ground. The focus isn't quite there from ECSTATIC, and it feels like it's a bit more of the same with how this defensive side has been going. Chipped apart one at a time. It's not necessarily going to be over on the Storm this time for Tanuki that's able to do that damage, but you're still going to take it a very quick time. Yet again, that first point, an absolute breeze for OG on this attack.
Yeah, and it just feels like really the DPS of ECSTATIC not really finding the value that they want here. You're seeing the picks coming through from OG a little bit more effectively right now, and Nine goes down again. Bionic Arm doesn't manage to find anything just yet, but they already have such an advantage without this other DPS, and now Storm is going to be able to just play so aggressively because there's nothing else to counter.
I think there was a defining part of the last map is how quickly that second part of the map on symbiotic style. But I think one thing I will say is just how much they're committing to this area. And I was worried about this for the most part. Omega Hurricane able to just fight in this space. Meteor M, something that we didn't see in the last map. That's exactly why it was banned out in the first place. Fate of Both Worlds ult in Lunar Snow taken out on this defense. And it's a little bit more of a brawl. There's still this defensive side that's able to keep fighting and contesting. But OG, their own Fate of Both Worlds, keeping things up, keeping things alive, and still finding picks and pushing this defensive side pretty much back to the spawn doors.
Yeah, I mean, even if they need to commit ultimates here, which I don't think they will, this has just been such an impactful run already for at the start. Aya Agamotto comes through from Snazzy, he's able to just zone everyone out, and this has been an absolute blitzkrieg right now from everyone, Ryan. This has been fantastically played by OG on the offense, and it feels like on the defensive end, they need to just find a foothold here from ECSTATIC, or they're in danger of, again, getting full capped with a huge time bank on the other side.
Feels like there's almost a little bit, not necessarily, like maybe not lack of awareness from ECSTATIC, but like just that moment there, you got the Magneto shoved up and the support not necessarily even realizing he's there, took a big chunk of damage from the right click. And there's a lot of this. You've got the turret set up from Punisher, but he was pretty low health. He could have gone down in that stage. Defensive Omega Hurricane trying to delay things, trying to create some space, but it's just not enough. The Winter Soldier finding that connection with the Bionic Arm, and this attacking side strolling forward ever more so with this payload.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like there's just so much momentum right now. It's like they're playing a 7v5 because Mr. Momentum is on the side of OG right now, and they're just having to go back all the way to the spawn. Kraken Impact just at the spawn doors, Ryan. This just feels mean at this point.
Oh, there's Doctor Strange teleport right in the doorway as well, so are they even able physically to get out at this point? The Magneto wanted to get in, but I don't think he was really necessarily allowed. Loki just trying to stall as much with the clones and the shift to just keep people healed up, but it might not be enough. It was a very tough time last, but over 4 minutes on the clock for OG on this attacking side. That feels a little bit unprecedented, I'd say.
Yeah, whenever you look at the time at the end of the round and it's going up instead of down, it's been a pretty successful round, I'd say, for you, Ryan. That was convincing completely from this OG team. And I mean, the way that they're playing around it, they're just playing so patient. I think that's the thing that I'm really liking, where they're using their angles effectively. They're putting, Tanuki on these high grounds, seeing if they can find picks, because they know that there's not really anything to deal with this Bucky in the, kind of long to mid range. Yes, the Hawkeye is something that can work, but you have to, as easy as it sounds, you have to hit your shots. Like, that's what the Hawkeye is for, and it just feels like there hasn't been that kind of value that we're seeing from the DPS side of ECSTATIC that we're seeing on OG side, because Tanuki has just been fantastic this map.
I think you hit the nail on the head with talking about basically tempo is what it feels like. Usually in, like, I guess comps like this, when you've got big support ultimates and then big sort of space clearance stuff like the Omega Hurricane, there is a bit of an ebb and flow of just, you have those ultimates, you play with them, you fight on the point, and then you sort of back off a little bit and just prod to try and get your ultimates found up. Here it feels a little bit like OG's punishing that to an extent of, they expect us to be quite passive here, let's push up and catch one of them by surprise. And there's been a lot of that. It feels like ECSTATIC just been caught with their trousers down, so to speak. So yeah, it's going to be Herculean of a task to try and match this on their attacking side, but they've got the Punisher, they've got the Rocket. That combination going to be nice, but it's whether they can get that damage through.
Yeah, you're really going to be looking out for the ammo pack going down and how you're going to be able to maneuver around that. If you're OG, you want to be able to LOS it. You don't want to kind of force a lot of cooldowns into that ammo pack that's going to be thrown down by that Rocket, as we'll see if Nutton can get some value a little bit here on the Punisher, a little bit more so than something on the Hawkeye, because the Hawkeye didn't seem to be working. I like that they're making the switch, though, and kind of thinking about how they want to try and beat this.
Good amount of damage done. For ultimates, not quite there, but they're churning up, especially when you've got the buff and all these people, all 5 players being damage boosted by the Storm, and any defenders that try to get close are just going to get shot down. Right now, it is just ECSTATIC having to reset is a chance to sort of group up. You do at least have the God of Mischief ultimate, but it's also available on this defense as well as Omega Hurricane on the side of Etsu.
Yeah, Omega Hurricane, so that God of Mischief has to be used for something like that Fate of Both Worlds to try and blanket the damage that's going to be coming through here, because if not, it's going to be a good defense still coming in for this OG team. And even if you get through all that, there's a Kraken Impact ready and available.
We see it again and again. These fights going OG's favor again and again. And just a chipping down. At least there is a trade. Storm on the attack, able to find some space. And yeah, this pick comp that ECSTATIC is running is finding success in places. There is 6 defensive ultimates available on the side of OG, but it's whether they can take a team fight together and have to group up and wait.
Yeah, both of these God of Mischiefs are coming out right now, just waiting patiently for these Fate of Both Worlds. If the contestant come through.
I am ready to
and pushing through. It's whether they can get a good eye of Agamotto. You can definitely see that Snaze is trying to just line things up at this point. Meteor M going to be thrown out. Can he get a pick? Not quite. Everybody's still alive despite all of these big ultimates, despite all of the flashing coming through. It's just a Doctor Strange to just get that explosion out to take some of that space. And it's still a good amount of people surviving, but it is OG behind so much time. I have Agamotto used it. It does result in a kill in the end. And now Kraken's impact sort of used towards the tail end of this team fight, trying to just keep stalling over, but it's done its job. It doesn't matter if he goes down.
Yeah, I think if I'm being like super nitpicky about OG, and there's not a lot to nitpick about this team, is that probably like keeping that Kraken impact would have been the best thing, just because the way that they've been winning so far on OG is using that tempo, and just having a free Kraken impact is another fight win. And with a minute and 15 seconds left, they probably win 1 or 2 more team fights, and this is a very easy full hold.
Yeah, Etsu was on 50% by the time that this team fight started. They've already got 25% towards that Omega Hurricane available. So I guess rotating these ultimates over and over is going to be pretty integral. As the Eye of Agamotto was used on the defensive side in the last fight. It's available again because of how much damage that Snaze is able to do. It's probably not going to be expected from the attacking side of ECSTATIC that he's got it this early, and he does connect with players again alongside a really nice Meteor M. Defenders winning up these team fights, 40 seconds left, and not many ultimates to bank on for ECSTATIC.
Yeah, you really got to be looking at this God of Mischief, because if this God of Mischief does not come out in this next team fight and copy that Fate of Both Worlds, this is going to be the freest Omega Hurricane that Etsu is ever going to see. And I love that they're pushing this kind of pace a little bit from this OG team, just holding as much as they can. Here comes the dupe from Ken, God of Mischief, bringing the Fate of Both Worlds, Omega Hurricane.
Trying to sort of put it on the lip of the high ground. Be hard to fight, but the Fate of Both Worlds just has to keep the defenders on this point. Overtime looking likely as Meteor M is used on this attacking side for ECSTATIC. Not necessarily able to find a pick, but at least the Hawkeye's been able to do that in good pieces. Kraken impact. We said it was used a little bit too late in that last fight. This is the perfect time. Everybody's grouped up. Everybody has to be on the objective. And he's just resetting this over and over, making this intolerable for ECSTATIC.
Yeah, OG looked convincing here, Ryan, with the 2-0 win. The first map, I mean, there's a little bit back and forth there, but this one, no back and forth whatsoever. Convincing all the way through with the time bank of 4 minutes and 12 seconds, more than they started with, and full holding the enemy team of ECSTATIC. A fantastic, fantastic performance from OG to start us off.
We said it was a statement performance, I'd say. There's going to be a lot of focus on the likes of VIRTUS.PRO and FNATIC picking up teams very close to this tournament, trying to make a name for themselves. But OG sort of reminded that they should be amongst that pack. I think even LinePro predicted FNATIC VIRTUS.PRO Grand Final. Well, OG maybe took that a bit personally.
Yeah, they definitely did, and you can kind of see a little bit here the difference. I mean, it's kind of hard to look at the stats here and just like point to one thing, because it was just a full team performance, right? I think the biggest thing for me was that the fact that there was this like idea of a pick comp trying to deal with Etsu in the sky because of how valuable Etsu was to not just, you know, the damage output from the Storm herself, but also just being able to, with the Goddess boost, give everyone else that boost, the 12% damage. And the thing about it is that I really liked when we were on Etsu's POV was Etsu was very understanding of like where the Hawkeye was the entire time, playing around some of that geometry, even though the map is a little bit more open. Just the way that Etsu was playing was just so respectful of the potential of the Hawkeye. And I think that you need to do that. Even if you're, you know, stomping so hard, you still got to be worried about just one random arrow finding your head and then you're taken out.
Yeah, and I guess on the inverse as well, that was one thing that we spoke about with ECSTATIC, of just being sort of caught looking in one direction and then being shot in the side of the head and very quickly taken out by the likes of like Tanuki and some of the Storm stuff that we saw on the first map too. So yeah, I mean, I think we were overall just expecting it to be a little bit more competitive, but I think I'm curious on how much of this comes down to the bans as well, because you're looking at it so far, like Lunar Snow, very prevalent in the low-key, because Lunar Snow is there, has to pretty much be played in tandem to get the most out of it. Are we going to see more Lunar Snow bans because of this as a result? Because it feels that that was one of the more prevalent bans. And Loki as well was probably the most banned character in the Asian Invitational part of this tournament.
Yeah, I think especially with that's kind of the difference I think between the regions is what we're going to be seeing is like, is there going to be like, because if you're playing Luna Loki, you like really want to play like the brawl and kind of like the ability to have these very long team fights and, you know, combat along with Kraken Impact. I think that's something that we really have to be looking out for going forward. I think that the meta will solidify probably a little bit more as we go in, because I think Luna is just the premier support right now. I think like with Loki as well, just because we talked about how good Fate of Both Worlds is, just not only the healing that it offers, the damage boost that it offers as well, and just having two of them makes fights so incredibly difficult to pilot, right? If you don't have those two very key ultimates, then it feels like it's so hard for you to pilot through any of these very long team fights.
With your own, I mean, we haven't seen many of these teams play, certainly on this patch, right? There's previous tournaments and stuff. Has this match, granted it is just a first part of Swiss stage, has it changed your internal tier list of where OG could be? In fact, I think hold on to that, because I want to ask somebody from OG themselves, as we do have Enzo available for the interview. And I guess, like, Kenobi, like, you were sort of watching how much of a dominant performance this was. What's like the key thing that you would want to ask?
I want to ask how easy is it to play with Etsu on Storm, because it felt pretty easy. It felt really good to play with Etsu on Storm.
Yeah, that guy is crazy on the character. He's been grinding it since the balance patch, and we've been doing really great with it. We calling the boost damage, I bubble him, and we just run them over. It's kinda easy to play with him.
I think one of the characters I wanted to talk about a little bit was Venom, because we again haven't seen much tournament wise, like from a spectating point of view. Obviously it's different for you guys in scrims, but we didn't see any Venom, or very little, in like the Asian part of this tournament again. Is it popular in Europe? Like, what's the reasoning behind wanting to play someone like Venom?
The Asia didn't play on the same patch as Earth, so the Venom got buffed. Now when you dash in, they get pulled to you and not in there, so it makes the Venom pick way stronger. And at the same time, they ban Hulk and Mag, trying to make my game really hard against Wolverines. But as Venom, you do pretty fine, because it's kind of hard to, like, he was trying to run me, but I just run away. Like, it's really hard to catch me up. And at the same time, it's really good dive. We've been practicing a lot of it, and we're doing great with it. Basically, I feel like Hulk is kinda worse than it was since the new patch, and now we're just doing really great with Venom. Also with the Luna boost damage combos, you can one shot through a lot of things. So yeah, I think just Venom is really great. We should see more of it in the future games.
So something we didn't see that I was a bit surprised at, given, you know, that I was watching some Groot. What is, like, because we didn't see any Groot, and it wasn't like in Pickman or anything. Like, where do you see Groot being right now? Because it felt like Groot was incredibly strong, maybe still is. Where do you see Groot kind of in the meta right now?
Groot is a really strong character, especially with as well. He got buffed. You can place well already further than before, so it's a really good character. But playing Groot against Wolverine with Mag is banned is just not playable. So we decide to just get on Venom, try to run away from the Wolverine while our Wolverine is catching the Strange. Yeah, Groot is really, really good. We will see in future games, but against these teams, I feel like it was just good to play Venom and Mag against Hawkeye, so we don't get one-shotted. We have more shields. It's easier.
I did want to talk a little bit about the Hawkeye, despite being on the other team. Like, we saw both teams picking up Wolverine in the first game, and it feels that the meta is quite open for a lot of the characters that we sort of expect to be up there as S-tier heroes. What are the characters that you think could be sort of almost dark horses, right? Characters that you might not expect to see played a lot if you don't watch a lot of, like, team scrims. What are the characters that people might be surprised seeing are quite strong and quite common?
I think Iron Fist is in a really good state right now with the buff. He can melt the tanks, and yeah, I think Iron Fist is one of them. Surely Magic, we don't see a lot of them in ranks, but this character is busted.
I think so too. Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, this character is crazy, especially with the new skin. It looks fire. I can't wait to play with it. And yeah, I think that's kind of it. Okay, I don't think it's one of them. Okay, kind of fell off since the season 1, and we didn't see a lot of it. It was kind of surprising for us to see okay in the enemy team.
For sure. I mean, well, I'm excited to maybe see you guys play a little bit of Magic in the future, but I'll let you go. We'll see you again tomorrow. So congratulations again, and enjoy the rest of your night, and hopefully keep an eye on what the rest of the teams are doing as well.
Thank you, guys. Let's see you tomorrow.
So, yeah, Kenobi, I mean, very quick first series, but I guess it gave us a lot to talk about. Again, for somebody that's sort of more ingrained in what the teams have been doing, speaking to some of the teams themselves, like, what is the most, like, standout thing, would you say, from the first glimpse of the meta for OG, for EMEA in this tournament?
Yeah, I think the shocking thing to me was no Groot. Like I'm very surprised. I mean, yeah, like I understandably when it is a Wolverine and playing Groot into Wolverine is like, it's awful to do. So I think that's understandable. But I would expect to see a little bit more of that Groot coming forward. Storm being as prevalent was something that was very interesting to me as well, because I was kind of pontificating that it was going to be a lot more of a brawly style from some of these teams. But I think Line Pro kind of hit the nail on the head where it's like, there's a lot to play. I mean, we saw Hawkeye, like that wasn't something I was expecting, right? So I think there is a lot of versatility right now, and it's not as kind of set in stone as I was maybe expecting it to be with this first matchup.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's going to be a lot more twists and turns this tournament, but this is just the first series out of 4 today. We're going to go for a quick break, have a quick little look at the highlight of the last map from OG's dominant win. And we'll be back very shortly for LG versus FNATIC in their both teams' debut in Marvel Rivals Esports. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your fries, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise and hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny. Show me that. Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. World Stampede! Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Ha!
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide, and your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night. Night Hulking Arrows! Hammer Shield! Holy Smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky. Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Welcome back to the Marvel Rivals Invitational for EMEA. We've already seen a couple of the teams play, but we're going to get to see all 8 teams from the European region play today in this Swiss stage. We move on to probably on paper the most exciting of the day, the debuts of Luminosity Gaming's EMEA team and also FNATIC.
Yeah, FNATIC. I think this might be the first time I've ever cast an actual FNATIC team, so I'm really excited because it's one of those orgs that, you know, has been around for so long in other esports, and they're fighting up against another titan, Luminosity Gaming. I am so excited for this matchup, Ryan. I cannot wait to see. And we talked to LinePro earlier, who, you know, said he was blessed with the teammates that he has, so we'll see how FNATIC is going to fare up against this Luminosity Gaming side.
Yeah, it made it hard for you to root against LinePro with just like how polite he was and how much information he readily gave us on how EMEA teams are playing. But you're right, like it's not only the fact that these are two big, some of the longest standing orgs with the LG as well in esports verbatim, but it's also these teams have had good amount of success. We saw LinePro talk about the previous EMEA tournament that a lot of teams played in that this FNATIC team ended up winning. But it was missing the likes of VIRTUS.PRO and stuff. So there's a little bit of an asterisk attached to it. And I think these kind of games are a good way to see realistically who these top dogs in Europe are.
Yeah, and we're just going right into the ban phase, and already the low-key ban, I feel like that's a little bit of a LinePro special right there, getting rid of that one. But the Groot is going to be held, and this is something I was talking about in that previous series. Hadn't seen Groot at all, so now I'm expecting a little bit more of that brawly style here, and I think if I'm FNATIC on the other end of this, I'm definitely banning Wolverine. I don't think you want to have that against a Groot on your team.
Yeah, I think one of the things that LinePro was saying to me as well, like from knowing him from way back when, it's like Blacks, especially on this Groot, is unreal. Like he makes Groot exciting as a character, I suppose, and just like having experience in other games of like putting up walls and stuff. I'm sure you know which one, but they actually take out the Venom themselves, a character that feels maybe like secondary or tertiary to what the meta is, but nevertheless something that FNATIC don't want to deal with in this Royal Palace game mode.
Yeah, very interesting that there is no Wolverine ban here because of the fact that it feels like it's the best counter to Groot, but looks like actually it might be FNATIC playing it themselves here, trying to make that tank matchup a little bit harder in the air, in, you know, kind of those neutral fights with that Feral Leap. The other thing that's going to be super interesting to me is that it's Storm again. Storm seems to be one of the premier DPS right now, and with those buffs that she got a while back, it feels like super prevalent. And with the fact that Hell is not in this matchup right now, it's going to be interesting to see how these two teams are going to be able to deal with that because of the fact that it is such a power pick.
Well, pretty early picks. You don't see him on screen just yet, but one of the reasons that FNATIC maybe didn't ban out Wolverine is because they intended to play it themselves. Melio sitting in spawn, sure, it might change. You can never really expect too much when it comes to these things, but honestly, with how powerful Wolverine looked in the last series, it wouldn't surprise me in the sight to see Melio dedicate to this.
Yeah, I think especially, you know, you don't really need to also play against Groot. I think it's very good into Hulk, very good into Doctor Strange as well, as the portal is going to come to start things off for both these teams to get in. Naga is going to be on this Star-Lord, comboed along with the Mantis from level 1 Crook, so it'll be interesting to see kind of how that's going to work in these long engaged fights because of the fact that you have that ability to resurrect, but already Fate gets taken down by Sylvie, and that's the Luna Snow already gone, so there's a lot of healing lost.
You know, more of a brawly comp. It was fights from distance that actually separates the teams so far. Comfortable setup for FNATIC on probably one of the most uncomfortable domination points out of the 9, I suppose, that we have available to us right now. But FNATIC not wanting to really just sit on the point now that they've taken it. They want to create some space, farm up some of these ultimates, and right now it is the invisible boundary to sort of lead in the line support-wise, and we don't need to really worry about Loki copying any ultimates because of the ban.
Yeah, we do have to also mention that there is a lot of Gamma on the side of Luminosity Gaming right here. A lot of potential damage. It has to really be FNATIC playing around those cooldowns effectively, as it's going to have to retreat just to make sure that there's not a stolen point right here as the engagement's going to come through.
You actually do have the Invincible Pulse Cannon as well for Iron Man. That team-up actually impacting both Doctor Strange and Iron Man from the Gamma Burst, like you just mentioned. But these picks still go in the way of FNATIC. It is just one of these instances. That's a lovely wall, actually, to stop the Hulk from getting out. The Invincible Pulse not quite catching on to anybody, doing a chunk of damage, but the sustain and support there from FNATIC is looking very comfortable. There's a lot of nice little cute plays that they're doing, especially with some of these walls, but it really does feel that they're in total control.
Yeah, Monkmara's got the Omega Hurricane as well. Can Fate find a way to get towards this ultimate in time? But the Strangling Prison comes through already. The shields are gone. A lot of defensive cooldowns used.
And then made low, but Monkmara just actually picking up these picks. The Galactic Legend is trying to find damage, but the Fate both world for Sylvie, I think they've been set on it for a good amount of time. Now forced to use it. But it hasn't really slowed down FNATIC's aggression. They've now eventually been pushed off of this point, but it is because LG are forced to use their own Fate of both worlds to create some space. They do get the pick up to Melio. That's a huge chunk of damage done and a bit more respite for the Vanguards that are trying to take some of this space on the side of LG. The point is still in full control of FNATIC, and it's ticking up to 100%. It's going to reach overtime, so really, even if LG manage to take this point, they're not going to have a good fight to go off. They only have one left.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying right now, I think, to see if they can find any resources on FNATIC's side right now. They're trading back and forth. Eye of Agamotto's still available right now for Rajara, but I don't think it's going to be needed. And this is probably where I think this composition is going to start getting a lot more value for the side of Luminosity Gaming right now, because you have a lot of those sightlines to work with. The Ironman can get some spam, and it's not going to be as difficult as walking into the teeth of this FNATIC team that is very dangerous. But FNATIC, a lot of key ultimates in their back pocket here. Realistically, level 1 Cook and the Soul Resurgence is going to be one of the key ultimates to look forward to in this next fight, because it's going to be able to blanket with the shielding all of that incoming damage that's going to be in this fight from FNATIC.
Rajara looking a little bit paranoid, always over his shoulder, just worried that there's going to be a Doctor Strange TP on the other side, but now he knows exactly where this FNATIC team are, and they're not really making it a subtle effort. They've got some big ultimates, but they do lose that first player. The Wolverine, with the last stand available, is taken out. Monkmara finding the trades, though. Networks still finding this space, still with an Eye of Agamotto in hand in case they need it, but it's breaking these shields, finding a good opportunity to catch people out.
Oh, it's
thrown in, the stuns connect, and this looks like first point is going to be lost from LG unless they can find some crazy way to get into this fight and to win the next one.
I mean, Galactic Legend is still here, but Ryan, I don't even know if you want to use this, because you have to go to the next round, and I think there's just stall tactics right now at the very end, and it's going to be FNATIC with a rather convincing win start things out here on the Royal Palace as they capture it, going over to Bifrost Garden. I think one of the key things to me, Ryan, that I'm looking at is, what did Line Pro say about the Groot? It's one of the best Groots in EMEA. It looks like it right now. Bayu is cranking 90s with these walls. There was one fight in particular where the Iron wall went up and it blocked the Soul Resurgence healing, and that meant that Trust Me went down into that miniature Hulk form, and they had to just wait for the Hulk to come back, and that was just time taken off the table. Doesn't show up in the kill feed necessarily, but Blausu's still making a lot of value with these walls, and definitely living up to what Line Pro told us about.
Yeah, it feels that there's, with what we saw from OG in the last series, that was just pure firepower, just a locomotive churning through. This Fnatic team feels a little bit more like a well-oiled machine.
Does
more than
Melio
anything.
actually have 576 damage?
3, 2,
What's he been doing? I feel that can't be right.
Has Melio just been spectating? It's gotta be. It can't be right. There's no way.
I mean, we need to check the replay afterwards. So he might have just been hiding in the corner waiting, and just it never came, just waiting for a bus.
That's gotta feel great though. If you have 576 damage and you're winning like that, carry me. It's totally fine with me. I'll take that in ranked
He won't
any day.
know it at this point, which makes it even funnier. He's like, guys, I'm totally owning them right now. I'm telling you, like, absolutely feasting on them. He still has that last stand because he went down so early in that final fight. But obviously, it was traded out. Omega Hurricane available on this side too for Fnatic, just dueling it out. A bit of a switch over. Now we see that Winter Soldier available for LG. It just means that they're churning up the ultimates as much as possible. Nobody has died just yet, other than Monk Mutter that's going to be making his way back onto point very soon. And it's an absolute brawl when you've got Wolverine, Groot, Hulk all fighting on the objective. It's going to take something big in order to break through it, and it is those ultimates again from Fnatic.
Oh, and now Melio's actually starting to get some damage done here, it looks like, as Luminosity Gaming losing a lot of resources right now. They have some key ultimates to work with, but is the healing going to be enough? Rajaro is going to end up going down and followed along with this rocket soon enough. That's going to be just a fight lost for Luminosity Gaming, and Fnatic will start ticking up their percentage right now. Love that we're seeing Melio going over to the Psylocke here, because they know that if level 1 Crook is going to be on this Rocket Raccoon, that means there's only a singular defensive ultimate. So Dance of the Butterfly gets a lot more value because you can force out that one key Fate of Both Worlds, and then it's going to be a free Psylocke ultimate.
Sorry, I tried to mute as I coughed. I missed it completely because I'm trying to keep up with exactly what Fnatic are putting down here. There is the Kraken's impact. That's what I was looking at. That combination, the team up with the ammo overload, puts a lot more pressure, I think, onto Olgalator just to be able to find that impact. And so far, he's still getting the resets on that ultimate. The picks are eventually coming through. And it does look at least that LG are able to take this point a lot earlier. And if he can keep staggering this out, that's more time being bought.
Yeah, he's still I mean, the healing is incredible too, and that's just a lot more tempo that's going to be in the favor of LG right now, as they will start taking up their own percentage right now. Expensive fight from them. They do have a Fate of Both Worlds in their back pocket to block what Monk Muta's bringing to the table. But again, with Melio having Dance of the Butterfly relatively soon, you're going to have to make a decision from Fate where you want that to be used, and you don't even have it yet.
Right now, it's just finding as many of these fights as they possibly can. Omega Hurricane just going to clear up some of this space. I have Agamotto at least stalling up Blasel for a brief bit of time. And so far, LG actually putting a good amount on the board when it comes to percentage points. They're under a lot of constant pressure, but it does mean that Fnatic aren't quite taking this as a team fight, unifying some of these ultimates, despite the fact that they're building them up at a pretty good pace.
Yeah, they're playing very split from Fnatic right now. They're going very aggressive with these dives, and Monk Muta actually going to be foregoing the Storm completely, just going over to the Bucky just to try and offer a little bit more damage against Naga in the air, being able to potentially take them down.
CYA available now. Rocket Raccoon just able to provide this, but Dance of the Butterfly is going to be the thing that allows it to cut through this LG team that is doing so well to hold onto the board. The ultimate actually not getting any picks, and instead is this Winter Soldier. It's been finding so much impact. That combination is working well. He has the ultimate. Not really a need to use it at this point because Fnatic are being chipped down, and it's getting towards 85% on the board for LG. A big turnaround from the last part of the map.
That was a Fate of Both Worlds used by Sylvie there, so now Line Pro on the Invisible Woman is going to have the only defensive ultimate to deal with the Omega Hurricane. Even if there's I don't even know if they can even get back to the point line.
Surely. I don't think there's any ability to get onto it, but actually none have stuck in. It was a pretty clutch Dr. Strange ult, and not only does it get onto the point to contest, it actually takes it, which provides a little bit more time for Fnatic to be able to fight on here. Granted, not much, but it might not matter if they're able to clutch this out. This could be crazy from Networks.
And they're not even having to use ultimates. I mean, they realistically just had to use only the Invisible Woman ultimate, and they keep everything else. That portal, very, very clutch from Networks there in a fight that looked like it was completely lost, and 98% from this LG side has been completely turned around. Kraken impact available from both of these teams. No support ultimates. That's the biggest thing I'm looking out for, Ryan. And Blausu strangling Prison against no support ultimates. That's such a difficult thing to go through.
It's where this first pick goes, the first elimination. Hulk Smash used. If it can catch onto the Lunar Snow, it'd be a great pick and a great opportunity for LG to bring us on as even on these maps. But instead, it's Naga. It is the Winter Soldier as well to find these picks, and it is going rampantly in their direction. Eye of Agamotto creating a lot of space. And with that, not really a chance for overtime for FNATIC. We go to that third map. We go to the throne room.
Someone else who's doing a really good job in terms of creating space is the Hulk. I think that the way that they're using this Gamma Boost effectively with like, you know, the Hulk and the Doctor Strange is the Hulk is taking so much space into the back line that rest of the team, when Hulk is so far in, has just been going into their opposite back line and just using a lot of their key ultimates and comboing them effectively. Like the Eye of Agamotto there at the very end from Rajaro completely turns that fight around, comboed with the Kraken Impact, and that was just a tempo play from them. So the, you know, passiveness we saw a little bit on that first map, different now as Melio has finally gotten some damage under their belt. We're in 4 figures right now.
It has the ultimate available. The damage, it really is just Monk Mustard that's actually moved over. If you can't beat it, join it with the Winter Soldier himself. Great position and a great part of the Royal Palace to use it on. And I'm interested that there's been this dedication to the Rocket Raccoon, especially. We've got a brief bit of time before we go into this fight, but like, what is it the Rocket Raccoon can bring at this level?
Well, I think that the ammo thing for the Ole Gator as well is the big thing. Because right now, I mean, Ole Gator has been playing fantastic on the Bucky so far. So just kind of giving the ball over to one of your best players and saying, hey, you're going to get this ammo pack. You're going to be able to really do a lot of damage. That's something that I think is the valuable part right now. And the Sia as well that comes out right now. It's a lot of damage that you have to respect.
Guns of the Butterfly is going to be used as well to try to cut through the back line of LG, but it's traded and dealt with. This almost like anti-dive that's coming in from the Winter Soldier, the focus from LG to make sure that not really much is able to be achieved. Means that FNATIC are able to actually take this point again and being able to do it on all 3 parts of this map, taking it first. But obviously they went in 2 very different directions with how this has gone so far. Also, explain to me the walls on the tops of the buildings like this. What are they looking to do?
It's just so it can give you that overhealth, and also if they're like pushing forward into it, you have to take them down, because if you deal that damage while you're under these walls, it's going to... It's a bit scary to deal with. I think it can catch people off guard.
It's just more irritating that you have to look up to deal with it. Yes. Interesting. I haven't seen too much of like the solid groups, and really I think when it comes to the group, we might be looking at it with FNATIC here. Strangler Prison not quite available. The Omega Hurricane is going to be used on this LG side to try and retake this space, but it is just a mix of the invisible boundary being used from FNATIC. Fate of Both Worlds trying to churn some tempo up for Luminosity Gaming. Meteor M, more of the same. Not quite a kill, but a good amount of damage done to multiple players on this almost defensive side of FNATIC. But they're not budging. In fact, they're able to counterattack. They've waited out and dealt with a lot of these big ultimates that LG being able to throw in, and they've tanked it, managed to survive and push them back.
Yeah, and they've been so patient holding their own ultimates as well. As here comes the Eye of Agamotto, but it doesn't matter. FNATIC find 3 off the back end. Rajaro not managing to have any follow-up because Melio completely wipes out the backline of the team. I love the positioning there, just being so sneaky and just waiting for that engagement, using the geometry effectively and holding that position. Really, really well played. And now Ryan at 82% ticking upwards. It's last fight territory for LG, and they only have the invisible boundary from the Invisible Woman, nothing else.
That's all they've got to work with. Eye of Agamotto could be well timed and well placed from Networks. As of right now, it's just fighting in this space. Invisible boundary is just going to keep this fight off the objective. It is going to be contested, so overtime is going to activate, thankfully for LG, but that might be as good as it gets so far on this third and final point. The chip damage is good. You've got the Hulk that's trying to contest, trying to stop Melio from churning out as much of this damage, but realistically, it's not enough. Clean from FNATIC in the points that they do take, but a little bit of a blip in the center of that one over on the Royal Palace, right, Kenobi?
Yeah, I think that it was a little bit of a blip. It was really good, well played, I think, from LG on Bifrost Garden, but I think at the end of that, we really saw the effectiveness of kind of just like being patient with your ultimates, tempoing them effectively, and really making the enemy team kind of make those decisions where it's like, okay, we have to do something, because if we're just standing here getting poked down, we're going to end up losing. And they read LG so well in that one fight where Rajaro goes in, tries to get a big eye of Agamotto. You see Melio is kind of hiding on the top there, gets three KOs, doesn't end up mattering. And that was just, I think, a really, really good end of the map from FNATIC, who, I mean, when you look at the damage, it's, you know, Melio had a little bit of a rough time on the Wolverine, but still, you know, brought it back. And I think the Monk Mata Bucky switching over was also a thing that made a difference.
Oh, for sure. I think it was, you know, maybe some of those combinations that came in. You highlighted the Gamma Burst as well for the Doctor Strange, Hulk. We even saw the Iron Man combo thrown in very early on as part of that map too. But it was maybe just the adjustments, I suppose, that LG made along the way that really... Maybe FNATIC weren't quite on top of as much as they could have been, especially in that second point, because that's where the main changes came in. But once they made the adjustments, it felt like smooth sailing from that point on.
Yeah, I think FNATIC also made some really good adjustments. Like, I really love kind of the decision-making of bringing the Psylocke to the table when you know that there is going to be just a Rocket and a Luna, because it's just that singular defensive ultimate, right? And Dance of the Butterfly gets countered by defensive ultimates, but if you can force it out with Omega Hurricane as well, like, there are a lot of key things that you can get out of kind of these strategist ultimates, and then your Dance of the Butterfly is completely free. Like we saw, they really tempoed that first fight off the back of a Dance of the Butterfly against no strategist ultimates. So I think that there was really, both of these teams, what showed me were they were thinking about the game pretty effectively and kind of making these adjustments mid-map. And I'm a lot more excited to see what we have going forward, because it feels like these two teams are pretty evenly matched, to be honest.
Yeah, we've still got plenty of action. It's a full best of 3 in this Swiss stage, so plenty of reps for these teams to be getting. But before we get into that second map in this series between FNATIC and LG, we're going to go for a quick break. Got a highlight to show you, and we'll see you very soon.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through. My favorite time.
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Shin Shibuya is going to be the next pot of call for our series between FNATIC and LG over in the Marvel Rivals Invitational in EMEA. Again, Kenobi, I guess it's the same sort of question of like, for a map like this or any convergence game mode, we saw Symbiote surface. I forgot the word surface earlier as well for some silly reason. Are they kind of like, are there any meta shifts when it comes to what kind of characters we can see? Because right now it does feel like copy and paste that very brawly kind of playstyle into everything that they can muster up.
Yeah. I don't want to like give too much hope. I think like Penny would be something on the defensive end that I would be like potentially, right? I don't want to like, that would be like the one thing that I think we could see like a difference maker in, especially on the defensive end in these enclosed areas where you can get a lot of value from the mines and things like that. But I think that it is probably going to still be same old in terms of what we see with the meta. Hela has not been able to go through ban phase at all so far, and it's been kind of Storm really running a lot of the lobby with Wolverine. So I'm interested to see kind of what we see in terms of the meta picks because of the fact that we are going to a little bit of a difference map in Convergence.
I guess as well, like it did feel from what Line Pro was said, by the way, first game IGL in this FNATIC and you MVP, so enough of a testament, like a good way to sort of feel solid about yourself. But I think it might have been Enzu actually that said something about this of just teams are nervous, and especially when you've got like you're representing OG, VIRTUS.PRO, FNATIC, LG. I wonder how much those nerves come into games like this, which not necessarily that they're seeding, because they're not. Like it is important to get good positions in that double bracket when we get to it, but it does. I've not seen many nerves, to be honest, at this point from any of the teams.
Yeah, I haven't that much either. And the thing that's interesting to me is that Line Pro talked about it, where it's like, you know, you see that you get in, you do all that practice and you get in and you see 4 minutes and you're like, oh, like, you're deer in headlights a little bit. And I think there is probably some of that that's ending up going on.
I mean, a lot of these players, we might recognize the names of from various places that they might have had similar experiences in. But as of right now, bans so far looking the same, almost a carbon copy from that first series. I was curious, Kenobi, if there was going to be changes based on how that first series went on, and I guess Venom's an interesting enough curveball.
Yeah, that's one that's interesting to me as well, because of the fact that you do have a lot of geometry to play around. I mean, it does make sense, I think, to kind of hold this one, and it tells me that maybe LG wants to play kind of this like pseudo dive composition that we've seen. I think we saw in Asia, it was played with the Thing a lot. But I think I've also heard whispers of it being played with like Magneto, where you kind of have that bulwark to really enable the dive effectively. And then you have like a flanker DPS that can go into the back line, or, you know, can go with you on those dives and really make something happen.
And Luna Snow capping out the ban pick phase, or ban safe phase, I guess it would be. That does mean that we should get a lot more variety when it comes to some of the supports, out of like no Loki being available either. Means that, are we seeing 4 different supports on the table? It certainly looks like it at this point.
Yeah. Interesting again that the Hela is going to be banned out here. So it does tell me, like, you know, Storm, another possibility of something I'd like to see here. The one thing that I also think would be interesting is we did see this LG team run the Mantis and, you know, combat along with the Star-Lord. I think being able to have the Nature's Soul combat, or the Nature's Soul between both these teams is interesting because of the fact that you're going to be able to keep yourself alive a little bit longer.
Yeah, I'm curious on how things are looking for the most part. FNATIC locked in an early Rocket Raccoon for Line Pro, but I guess it was just to pop people up for a little bit of armor, switched over to Invisible Woman, which I hadn't really seen that much so far, but I think that's just again because of that prevalence of Luna Snow. Line Pro pretty much locked onto it for the most part. And Comp's now looking out the board for LG, as they're going to be on this attacking side first. Looking standard, you do have that Guardians team up available, so people being brought back to life for LG allows them to contest a little bit more, and a Doctor Strange portal able to go in behind. FNATIC, well adept to dealing with it from the looks.
Yeah, and I think what you're going to be looking out for is specifically Oligator on this Star-Lord being able to, you know, play a little bit more aggressively because you have the Iron Bulwark from the Magneto, and already Naga goes down though, so damage a little bit lost, and it looks like right now FNATIC are defending very well against this composition.
Ooh, that was close from Mungmutter. A lot of healing coming in to keep himself alive. I believe it was from the Cloak and Dagger for Sylvie. Just a great position, great heal as well to just get back to safety, and that's why it's key. Him surviving, he's able to get a couple more kills, and he's doing it cleanly. Even with this Guardians Resurrect team up, it's not really allowing too much. The Cocoon's just pretty much being dealt with almost instantly, buying more time, and FNATIC comfortable with that first team fight.
Yeah, and I think one of the things about the Nature's Soul team up that you want to have is that you want these fights to last like a little bit longer, because you want to get a lot of value. You want to have them be a little bit scrappier so that you can get those resurrections, come back into the team fight, and really make it difficult for a war of attrition to sustain if you're on the defensive end for FNATIC, as Eternal Bond is going to be here relatively soon for this Cloak and Dagger. Rajaro doesn't have the Meteor M, and whenever that's the case, I really get worried about these Eternal Bonds from the Cloak and Dagger getting so much value, and already a lot taken off the board. But in the neutral, Oligator gets taken out, Monk Mata with a nice shot there, and that's just, Ryan, more time being taken off the clock.
Pulling people out of positions, it's just more of the same, it feels like. The Star-Lord's back into the fight, and Naga's trying to get into the backline, but there's another response from FNATIC that they're all able to turn around. Now, however, LG might have some space to work with. Invisible Boundary had to be used on this defensive side to provide some form of support, but FNATIC have been bullied off of this objective. Good space for Oligator on the Star-Lord. He still has the Galactic Legend, but you want to be holding onto these ultimates. Tried to snowball stuff as they come across. It was a nice biotic arm to try and pull in a fight and maybe get a pick, and there's still a contest coming in from FNATIC at this point, but nobody on the side of LG has gone down just yet.
Yeah, and we have the Fate of Both Worlds, or the Eternal Bond coming in. Can Rajaro find anything? No, goes down. Meteor M doesn't even get hit.
Kami Revival is going to bring these attackers back in, even if FNATIC end up losing this fight. It works out well for them, despite them using big ultimates themselves. They made sure that stuff that LG had banked up, that they were trying to save for the second part of the map, they had to use some big ultimates available, and there is still a chance for FNATIC to be able to try to stop this progression happening, to get them stuck on this first point. Melio and the Wolverine just in and out of this doorway, trying to provide some peel for these supports that are getting dove on. They're boxed in, but they're doing well. It's a great catch. And Alligator's taken out for the time being, and FNATIC, in a sliver, is still holding on to this corner of the map and still holding on to that first objective.
Yeah, the healing has been unreal. The invisible boundary comes out, though, and we'll see if they can get onto the flank. Magmata taken down extremely low, gets gone.
The Soul Resurgence, supportive ultimates, needed to be used to just try to get things going. Another Galactic Legend is available for Alligator. I said that he wants to be saving it last time, and he didn't really get the chance. Now, however, things do get moving for LG, but I guess if you're FNATIC, you're happy with the time that was eventually bought.
Yeah, I mean, you have 3 minutes if you're LG, so not, you know, terrible from them. They can still make something happen, especially because they have these very key ultimates to go forward. That Galactic Legend, there is no defensive ultimate to deal with it on the other side, so they really are going to be using it mostly as a tempo way to just push forward and really be the aggressors here and set that pace.
Yeah, FNATIC complimented them on just how they're playing as a team, but there were moments where they kept getting caught out, kept getting staggered, and it only went into LG's favor. Galactic Legend going to try and continue that on. Lots of bodies, lots of damage being done, but not quite enough to commit or convert a kill in the end. FNATIC grouping up. They do have that eternal bond on the Cloak and Dagger facility. It's going to be used. Feast of the Abyss trying to find a catch. It does get Monk Mutter, who is a great pickup at this point, but you also have Melio doing really well to make sure that the Star-Lord is not able to get too much for LG, and the fight has been forced back.
Oh, Naga is actually going to use Dance of the Butterfly, but it doesn't find anything. Here comes the Karmic Revival, though. 2 are back in this fight, but it doesn't matter. No. It's traded back and forth.
Instantly sent back. Revival not really able to commit too much tempo in the hands of LG. They're still able to take quite a bit of space, and FNATIC need to be careful here. Things have certainly turned around, and the pace that this LG team can move at when you've got something like Venom to dive in. And so I was highlighting it before from OG of just how this character, maybe not necessarily the first name on the list when it comes to the Vanguards you want to be playing, but in parts of maps like this, it feels like it can be very impactful.
Yeah, and Salt Resurgence is here for level 1 Crook to blanket some of that damage. The Feral Leap doesn't manage to find anything yet, but oh my, level 1 Crook is down. That means there's no Strategist ultimate here.
They're actually able to just separate the Venom from the backline. It's one thing the FNATIC have been able to do well in some of these moments, is just as that dives come in, as these assassin characters have tried to hit the backline, Line Pro Sylvie just able to call for a bit of support. You've got the Wolverine, you've got the Winter Soldier to be able to take some of those fights. That's a great opening, though. Melio going down, and you now have a lot of people into this fight. Alligator having a Galactic Legend, but he's quite low health. He's managed to be picked up here. Soul Resurgence still in hand. Invisible Boundary had to be used as a response for this Galactic Legend that has come in on this side for LG. And right now, it's just FNATIC grouping up, buying plenty of time, finding the picks, and there's only 20 seconds left for LG to do something with.
Yeah, Kraken Impact is available right now. You can use it as a tempo way for Magmata to try and get some value in the backline.
Kraken's Impact able to get some resets in. Meteor M might be chasing down where this Winter Soldier's going as he tries to just create a bit more space. 8 seconds, whether LG can get on the point and contest, I'm not too sure, because they haven't been bullied back enough. It is really tight on time, but overtime is going to be available. It's going to be activated. The fight turning in favor for LG to an extent. FNATIC just able to sort of hold on. People are starting to reset. People are starting to come back. They can give a good amount of space at the very least before it reaches the second objective. But they have to make sure that they're all grouped up. No ultimates available at this point.
There is going to be Karmic Revival, though, but Melio is so close towards that Omega Hurricane, and besides that, there's no Strategist ultimate to deal with it.
Being just trying to brawl, keep things cool, keep it contested. Alligator, the Star-Lord, chase down, able to just dash out, keeping the damage done, but it's just bodies on the board. The portal's allowing people to reset as quickly as they possibly can. And really now, you've got these ultimates, you might as well use them, because you don't know if you're going to be able to hit this final point. Soul Resurgence used, Karmic Revival, just waiting for that perfect opportunity if it's even needed. Galactic Legend now, the Alligator going to be used. FNATIC have to back up, they have to give some space with the time being, of the positioning being so close to the payload. it should get across the board. There is somebody from FNATIC unbelievably able to contest, and this has been swung around in favor for Monkbutter and FNATIC.
Yeah, Karmic Revival used. Can they get the Resurrections back here along with that passive? It should be a continued fight right now for LG.
Oh, good lord, it's just going on forever. These teams, Melio taken down. It's still LG just fighting on with everything that they have. Big ultimates dedicated. It is a 6v4, I think, at this point. So it should be LG getting it across the board, but it is FNATIC that's bought so much time, bossed out so many fights, stalled this for as long as possible. They might be a little bit upset that they couldn't end it here or there, but it's still there. It's only 2 meters on the point. Able to keep climbing up. We just saw Galactic Legend used from Oligator. He's 87% to having it again. And finally, we push it on for another 90 seconds, which at this rate, Kenobi, could be another 5 minutes of overtime.
Yeah, I mean, you're seeing the kind of the value of this composition right now with the Nature's Soul and with the Karmic Revival. You get so many kills, you secure them, and if you're FNATIC, they just keep coming back to life if you're LG, and you're like, what more do I have to do? I've taken down these members so many times, but they still keep coming back like a pest.
Actually, a bit of a switch up as well from LG, having an invisible boundary, knowing that a lot of these fights are going to happen on the objective, so having a big support ultimate to just stick on an objective is going to be really handy for them. Now, Oligator, Galactic Legend, just able to connect onto some people out in the open, but so is FNATIC, really. A lot of chip damage, but still, they've been so good at getting back to cover, not quite really getting any eliminations off the back of the ultimate, unless these fights end up too scrappy. Right now, you just have to back off just for a second. Meteor M is going to be used and finding an opening with Invisible Boundary, Eternal Bond actually from Silver being used from the Cloak and Dagger. Thor's been thrown in, knowing just how much of a brawl that this has ended up being. A great Vanguard to be picking in this instance. And finally, it feels that FNATIC win a team clean fight that actually forces LG to reset.
Yeah, that was a really fantastic It's Clobbering time from Networks. Got 4, and through the Soul Resurgence, just able to secure those picks as Invisible Boundary is off the back end right here. The Strangling Prison finds absolutely nothing, and now this Galactic Legend from Melio is going to do so much.
B2M also used, not quite connected to get any eliminations on the side of LG, and with Blazal just in the faces. That power from the board, just this surge. Ultimate also coming out as well, a perfect position to be using something like this, forcing everybody back. And we could still be here for another couple of minutes, or maybe not. It's going to be a lot cleaner, this fight for FNATIC. But, oh man, what an absolute slobber knocker on various parts of that map.
Yeah, that was, I mean, the fight right before second was like, it was kind of the dream fight for LG, where it's, you know, you take a very long fight, you just extract so many resources from FNATIC in those team fights, and then because you have Karmic Revival, because you have Nature's Soul, not only are you getting 1 resurrection, Ryan, you're getting 2. Because of these teams, and these team fights are lasting so long, and we're talking about Oligator farming these Galactic Legends so quickly, and it's because these fights are lasting that long, and because of the fact that you get that second, third chance to be able to take these team fights. And if you're FNATIC, you're like, well, what do we do? If we're not getting these, if we're not securing these eliminations very quickly, and we're gonna eventually just lose that war of attrition.
You know that meme where it's the guy that's like laying down in bed and crying whilst there's like noise happening in the background? I imagine that's what the residents of like Shinshibuya are feeling with these fights that are just going on for 5 minutes in the streets with big ultimates used.
I'm trying to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. It's just brutal, I think. But like, I feel like if LG want to find success, they have to sort of do it quickly, make out like bandits. Because FNATIC struggle, I think, with some of the adjustments. But once they go, let's switch over to 4 with these kind of like team fights. Once they work out what they need to do, they just win it out there. It was the same on the Royal Palace as well with some of the comp changes that they made. So for LG, have to be a little bit careful in some of these fights, but the Venom is going to be ran again. Naga, maybe an easier time to run onto the backline when they come towards you. Dash is going to do a lot of damage. First elimination on this half. That was a good position for LG to be taking a clean fight. And FNATIC, well, they need to be careful that they don't keep getting staggered. That's what went wrong with them on Royal Palace.
Yeah, and I think what I really love about this composition that we're seeing from LG is, as actually level 1 Crook goes down, that is a huge pick. A lot of healing has been lost right now, and with the Atom, you have a good amount of healing output, but it's kind of on a timer, and you don't really get to dictate it. So they're gonna need that one back as the Cocoon will come through and, you know, get that resurrection, able to come back in.
Trying to contest the high ground a little bit, or maybe the high ground is just going to come down to you with a lot of fury. The Venom finding two. Trust me, just again having to reset this fight for FNATIC and making sure that they're able to get that final kill onto Melio just draws out time a little bit more. I think Silver using the Eternal Bond as well. Big ultimate in a fight like that. There's still a lot of stuff ready to cook up, but it's also a lot of ultimates for LG that they're just sitting on comfortably, ready for whatever team fights come next.
Yeah, and again, with the Karmic Revival available from the Atom Warlock, even if this fight ends up going really poorly, for LG, and FNATIC managed to win it, you get that extra chance to come back into this one. And with no defensive ultimates available besides Line Pro right now, Naga, if patient enough, should be able to get value with this, or use it to force out something like that Invisible Boundary, and then this Galactic Legend's going to be free.
He's pretty low HP. He has to get healed up before he dedicates for the ultimate. Dance of the Butterfly is going to be the thing that opens up this team fight, and it might just end it as well. Two players taken out very quickly from FNATIC, and I'm getting flashbacks of the Royal Garden a little bit with how these fights are going for FNATIC. Whether they make any adjustments at this point, feels like they just haven't had a clean team fight.
Yeah, and it's difficult as well because the dives are so coordinated from this LG side. They really are just utilizing effectively the engagement tools in their back pocket. And one of the things about this composition from FNATIC, there's not a ton of CC, Ryan. I mean, yes, there's the sleep, yes, there's the force physics, but beyond that, there's still 4 other people diving at you. It's so hard to maneuver around.
The portal's allowed some space. Invisible Boundary put in more sort of corner of this fight and this engagement. It is still the defenders finding the picks, and just as the attacks of FNATIC come through the portal, they might be trying to scurry on back through it at this rate, because again, just one at a time, taking out this burst potential, especially with the Adam Warlock. Feels that once you have that right click available too, it's a lot of damage that can be done very quickly, and it's just not able to keep people alive on the side of FNATIC.
But look how effective they've been for LG, being able to rotate these ultimates effectively. Like, they've only won these fights a lot of time using singular ultimates, keeping a lot of big ones in their back pocket for a rainy day, which they're going to need because FNATIC's coming in with 5 ultimates in their back pocket. But this is last fight, Ryan. They need to win this or they're going to get full health.
I mean, you've got 4 ultimates still available, some big ones that can either bring people back from the dead with Karmic Revival or just take some eliminations and take them out quickly.
Okay.
Line Pro finding that pick onto Naga. That's a big one. Not quite having the ultimate, but he's still able to reset. It's going to be brought back into the fight. Galactic Legend going to be used. There is an Eye of Agamotto used on the other side that's got a lot of stuns, and it has enabled some kills for FNATIC. 15 seconds left. This could be another sort of overtime brawl on a point, but roles reversed for this time. Or it could be LG able to clean this one up and not actually give away this first objective at all. FNATIC able to hold on. I think Feast of the... not just the Venom diving in with the tendrils was the thing that did so much AoE damage. Dance of the Butterfly going to be used more towards the backline, but it's still these kills now eventually coming in through for FNATIC. 2/3 of the point taken. There's still that Star-Lord harassing, trying to do damage. And finally now, LG able to take out these kills. There's not really going to be much of a chance for FNATIC to contest this one. They have to throw their bodies on, but it's not going to be enough. LG full holding that first point over on Shin Shibuya brings us to a 3rd map in the series.
Yeah, that composition was played, I would say, perfectly from LG right there. That's kind of, I think that composition, like, found a lot of popularity in Korea, actually, in Asia, because of the fact that, again, the war of attrition is just so favored on your side, right? We saw a lot of the times there were these fights that were going on so long, and then it feels like FNATIC gets that, like, little bit of an edge, and then, unfortunately, they aren't able to secure the rest of the eliminations because you get Nature's Soul, you're back in. You get Karmic Revival, you're back in. Like, it's so hard to, unless you have it yourself, which they ended up moving towards at the back end of that, unless you have your own ability to continuously get back into these fights like we saw, it's just so hard. You have to get kills like instantly, and even if you don't, it's just going to be a domino effect where it's like you keep just like trading 1-for-1, but they're not really 1-for-1s because of the team up with those Guardians of the Galaxy and then the Karmic Revival as well.
Yeah, FNATIC forced to try and run some triple support towards the end, which just felt like some of that damage, some of that elimination capacity was a little bit missing in places. It is nice to see that the series is going to go like all of the way. And it's a bit of a toss-up on what map that we could be realistically getting next. But I will say, like, for the bans and picks so far from FNATIC, they have been like pretty similar, right? Is it a case of going into this third map and trying to change out some of those characters? Because like you said, the meta, like the comp was perfect. So surely, no matter what map is next, you don't want to allow that to happen again.
Yeah, I think it's a Adam Warlock ban for sure. I would be very surprised if they allow Adam Warlock to go through, because Adam Warlock is the one that gives you that ability to have a composition like that with the Nature's Soul team up. So I think that if I'm FNATIC right now, with how that map went in particular and how they weren't really able to match up against that composition, Adam Warlock has to be taken off the table, I think, here.
We'll have to wait and see, and also see exactly where this third map is going to be for this Swiss stage game. Again, it's the debuts of both these teams for FNATIC and LG. We're gonna have to see how the series concludes after a brief break, so don't go anywhere.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Go easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Seeing a brutal debut for both FNATIC and LG as they're taking chunks out of each other, it's fair to say, Kenobi, in this first day of Marvel Rivals Invitational. It's a good way to look at like the meta, see the Thing and Human Torch, who we haven't seen yet, but I'm sure we'll see at some point. It is going to be a domination map of Burning T'Challa, which is probably the perfect place to finish off something like this when you have a close series.
Yeah, I think this is going to be very interesting again with how we're looking at these two, because it feels like map 1 was like pretty FNATIC favored for the most part, and then map 2 was super LG favored with that composition. And again, what I'm going to be looking out for is what are we doing about this like Guardians of the Galaxy composition, because I think that the way that LG were maneuvering with that composition, piloting it so effectively, using the Karmic Revival and the Nature's Soul passive effectively to win those team fights, I think now if you're FNATIC, like, I think you have to ban Adam Warlock because of the way that that map went, because of how effective LG was at running that composition and force them onto something a little bit more on your level of, you know, what you want to play at that point.
I have a question, and I know it's a little bit hyperbole, but can a game like this be won and lost in this like pick ban draft phase?
Yeah, I think so, especially because of the fact that if you have certain players that are super good at like certain heroes and you like leave those open, right? Like this would be one where it's like, you know, I talked about it earlier where it's like Sparker would always get Psylocke banned when Psylocke was like super good, and if you weren't banning Psylocke against Sparker, then it's a bit of a tough road for you to maneuver around because of the fact that you have to realistically deal with one of the best Psylocke players in the world. As we're going to be starting off here with the bans, LG is going to be banning the Groot, and now this is where the ban gets really interesting, because if FNATIC does not ban Adam Warlock, it should be protected potentially by LG, and it's going to be the Namor ban here.
Is there maybe a risk here of FNATIC, especially because they've been blue side in all the games? I think they are saving the Loki, which is interesting. It wasn't banned out first this time by LG. Instead, they're opted to try and make the Blastow not get Groot. But the Venom pick, very successful for LG in the last map, looking to have it in favor and in use for this third and final map.
I think the Loki ban is actually really smart here, because it kind of tells LG at this point, if you're going to play this composition, you know, it's like this like pseudo dive, you have to deal with a Loki, and you're not going to want to deal with that. And actually, they're just going to take the Adam Warlock off the table completely here. So I think that this makes kind of sense with how these last couple of that last map went in particular. Get rid of the Adam Warlock. You lose that passive in the team up with the Guardians of the Galaxy, and now the composition will probably look a lot different to what we saw in our last map.
It doesn't have as many synergies to work amongst each other, but Lunar Snow is like available in this one as well, and especially when you've got the Loki available for Sylvie. LUMINOSITY, I mean, obviously you can change up the heroes. You still got 30 seconds before, also 45 seconds before guys actually get out of these spawn doors. But considering how much LUMINOSITY has been playing Invisible Woman, I wonder where he's leaning. Like, surely Lunar Snow Loki as a combo is more potent than Invisible Woman, but I guess it might depend on what you've been practicing.
I think you need Luna though, because because we saw Trust Me and LG hold the Venom. Luna and Loki are so good together as a duo against that, because Venom can go in and it's very hard if you have the absolute zero to freeze the Venom. The Venom can get instantly blown up, especially if it is going to be level 1 Crook on this Mantis. The healing from Mantis isn't like it's like healing by post or by pigeon. It like takes a little while to get there, so there's not necessarily that burst healing. You're gonna have to be relying a lot on Fate to be the one to really make sure Trust Me doesn't go down here on these dives. But it is going to be the Invisible Woman, like you mentioned, so the force physics is going to be very impactful to push Trust Me away when these engagements come through.
11 different agents in the server, heroes in the server at this point. It's only the Winter Soldiers that are mirrored so far. This first objective going slightly towards LG with just that first pick onto Melio, who has been going down first a lot of these fights. Great by Undercam to just make sure that the misery continues on for FNATIC. And one thing that we didn't see in that first domination map over on Royal Palace is LG taking the objective first, and right now it's looking that they're able to do it.
Yeah, Oligator is playing really well on this Bucky so far. 2 fantastic bionic arms, and interesting that a third one at the very end. And I think it's interesting what we're seeing here is that it's going to be networks on this thing, and it's really difficult to pilot that hero against what we're seeing from the spam potential of LG, and I wonder if it's going to be something that sticks, because right now it feels like LG have all the momentum and all the positioning to work with, and FNATIC are floundering a little bit.
So this is a really good point as well for Star-Lord. He's got a little bit of that damage boost over from the Mantis, and Networks is taking a lot of damage. He's not really in a position that they can contest all that much when you've got a skyward target. Plus for DPS, it does put a lot of pressure on the Winter Soldiers to be fighting, and when realistically you want them to be finding picks. Kraken's Impact going to be used, but Invisible Boundary put in the same spot. The trade comes in, make sure that nothing is able to go well for LG, but they have Soul Resurgence coming up, Galactic Legend, a very open site, a literal airfield, I think, with this objective being played on. Beast of the Abyss also being used to try and go for these engagements, and eventually the Star-Lord ultimate coming out. Some support needed, and it is only FNATIC losing one player, not able to actually take the point or even get much progression on it. It's still only about like 12% at most. Meteor M's going to be used. LG buying so much time, more than 50% on the point. Fate of both worlds, and a pick might actually be able to turn this back in favor of LG, who were looking almost confirmed to be losing it.
Yeah, they're dancing on a knife's edge, but it's the healers are playing so fantastic right now. The clobbering time comes out, gets absolutely nothing there, Ryan, and FNATIC, it seems like they're falling apart just right now. One of the things that I think is really important as well is how valuable Level 1 Crook has been on this Mantis, giving those Inspires. Every time that there's an Inspire, it's on the dive, and just the amount of damage is forcing so many cooldowns out of FNATIC defensively that they don't have the staying power in these fights.
Now you're trying to just jump out, able to do a lot of damage. Actually, Melio taken out just as the fight not even started yet. It was still in that intermission stage. But now some big cooldowns used. Loki just the heals to keep everybody up with the clones. Invisible Boundary even dedicated on this defense to just, well, defense. FNATIC trying to even take the objective for the first time as we're on 99%. Forcing this into overtime. People have been shoved back yet again. Eye of Agamotto connecting onto a lot of LG players, but I'm not necessarily seeing them fill up that elimination feed all that much, because this stall, this sustain, the way that LG are able to hold on and take these fights, it was something that they struggled with in that first map, which was also domination, but they're just going on as these fights get longer and longer. It seems to suit them, and even just a nice cherry on top, the punch to force people off the objective, forces it LG's way.
Yeah, LG, I think the way that they're piloting these mid fights is so good, right? I think the way that they're being able to just like hold effectively, utilize their cooldown so effectively as well to make sure that they're staying alive, winning that war of attrition. And again, the allied inspirations that we're seeing onto Mantis, that fight started with a one clip from Naga taking down the Storm and wasn't able to have that boost for the rest of the team. Again, the coordination of this dive is working so effectively, and even with things that are very anti-divey from FNATIC's side, it doesn't seem to be putting that much of a hole into what LG is trying to do.
Yeah, just looking across it, just napkin maths, it does feel a little bit like damage is pretty evenly matched. It might even be favoring FNATIC if you look at some of these numbers realistically. Yeah, I've got Alligator doing a ton of damage, but it sort of is pretty consistent. It feels like FNATIC just weren't able to confirm kills, like you said, because the healing output, especially from Fate, has been top-notch. He is playing Jeff. Even if it was just for a moment, I'll take it.
Yeah. That's probably the only amount of Jeff we're going to be seeing.
Trust me, the Venom pick has been really the turnaround point, I think, for LG, with just the dive, the way they can take some of these engagements. We saw Enzu talk about it before from OG. And it seems that the sort of other French players, I think he's French, are like able to agree with the opinion of it for the most part. Naga just in this corner trying to take these picks, and Barrage is going to be chipping away a good amount of damage, not necessarily resulting in a kill just yet. But the Doctor Strange on this side of FNATIC, Visal needs to be a little bit careful he doesn't get separated, and things have been split apart a little bit for FNATIC, but there's more people alive on their side before the point has been taken, that they might actually be able to take it first.
Yeah, I think that's one you kind of just have to take on the chin if you're LG there. Networks goes in with a Hulk ultimate, just basically makes it difficult for the supports to even join those fights. But again, the coordination of the dives from LG is still working out extremely well. But the fact that FNATIC, what's good for them in terms of the macro is that they only use that singular ultimate. Now they're going to have 5 in their back pocket for this next fight to match what we're going to be seeing from LG here.
Meteor M, Kraken's Impact, big ultimates to just take you from 100 to 0 very quickly if you're not careful. So how FNATIC are positioned, even the chip damage is doing a lot of damage and forcing Blast to just be a little bit more safe, a little bit more passive, but everybody's grouped up. They obviously need to be careful. They should be expecting what's coming onto the board very soon, but an invisible boundary for LimePro is going to make things a little bit more comfortable, at least for the time being. He gets pulled out, able to survive. It was a little bit of a scramble, almost screwed himself over with the jump up, but is able to at least stay alive. Kraken's Impact now going to come through. Invisible boundary is going to be there to try to counter it. And FNATIC, they don't need to try and take any more space at this point. They have control of the objective. They've just passed 50%. Really, they just need to sit pretty and not get isolated, which is something that LG have been able to do consistently. Omega Hurricane now going to farm things up, but it's Galactic Legend now from Naga that's going to try and do some damage. FNATIC just kicking off into the background, and the Venom is actually amazing for Trust Me to just find everybody behind that corner. People trying to avoid the Galactic Legend. allows a great diving opportunity, but still for FNATIC, you've bought a load of time. You're buying more as well with the Hook Smash World Breaker potentially. But LG able to hold on, good amount of chance to farm up, and that was a hell of a fight, Kenobi.
I'm actually wondering if that's a little bit of an overcommittance there from Networks. I mean, you're going to get a lot of percentage, actually, so you got like 13 extra percentage and not 90% so you are in that last fight territory, but the problem is that they don't really have any ultimates to work with. Yes, you're going to have Sylvie with the God of Mischief being able to copy some of those ultimates, but what I'd be really worried about is that Rajaro's got Meteor M, so if you trade Meteor M for God of Mischief, I think that's a trade that you're taking 9 times out of 10 if you're LG, especially if you can just do that 1-for-1 and win the team fight.
Whether FNATIC, I mean, they've been caught out whilst they're trying to move to the objective in various parts of the map. That's the one area that I'm a little bit concerned about, is just if they can't get from A to B and they get picked off, kind of like they are here a little bit. Networks able to at least trade a kill, but he's knocked down to Bruce Banner form. not afraid to just get in the faces and try and plant it up as quickly as possible. Invisible Boundary going to keep people alive for the time being. Barrage from Naga able to do enough damage to take out LUMINOSITY for the moment. God of Mischief still in the hands of Sylvie, but is this the fight you want to be using it on? 50% on the board now for LG. It feels like FNATIC are soft resetting.
Fate's also going to have Fate of Both Worlds in their back pocket, so these DPS ultimates from FNATIC, specifically Melio, you need to find a way to force out Fate of Both Worlds so that Monk Mata can get a Dance of the Butterfly and turn this fight around. But Rajaro's still holding on to this Meteor M, so patient to being able to hold that ultimate to really make the supports guess when they want to use it.
Up in the high ground, God of Mischief being used. Wanted to see exactly what he's tried to copy here to keep things alive, but whatever it is, it's not necessarily working all too much. Fate of Both Worlds for Fate is still held on to. It's not needed. Yeah, there's 80% on the board. This could be a 2-0 for LG if FNATIC can't get things together. The Hawks is now back in the fight, tried to engage at this point. The Fate of Both Worlds now being forced out, but time is still ticking up to 99% for LG. The fight's going their way. The Kraken's impact just making things even worse for FNATIC. They have the bodies on the point, but they're losing them one at a time. 6v4 currently. Sylvie not really in a position to get into the fight just yet. Bruce Banner now back out. And it's really looking dire for FNATIC at this rate. LG, they've been able to sort of play out these long team fights well, and they're able to take this first series up against FNATIC in 2-0 fashion over on Benincha.
Yeah, that was, I mean, a fantastic map there from LG at the very end. And this pseudo dive comp, trust me, played incredible, right? Those dives and just the coordination that they have, so well played. And I think someone else who deserves a little bit of a spotlight, a mention is Rajaro. Rajaro holding on to that Meteor M for so long, also like making FNATIC second guess the entire time when we want to pull out our strategist ultimates, because they know that Meteor M is there. So being patient, waiting for that perfect moment to use it when it was going to get a lot of value. And also the fact that the bulwarks that Rajaro were throwing, perfectly timed every single time. Every time Naga's going in on these dives with Trust Me, there is always a bulwark right for Naga, able to farm up very effectively that Galactic Legend ultimate, and those were usually team fight winning ultimates, and the pace that they were setting from LG completely took, I think, FNATIC out of the game. Because the first map, Ryan, it felt like FNATIC had really the lay of the land in terms of like setting the tempo and setting the pace. But once we went over to this like dive composition with the Venom, it felt like it was LG who was always being the aggressors. They were the ones who were using their ultimates proactively, and FNATIC rather felt like they were playing reactive most of the time, which is not what you want to be doing.
Yeah, and it's like there's so many characters, I think, that really you'd want more bans out to take them out. Like there in that instance, we did see the Adam Warlock being banned from FNATIC. That's what we wanted to see, but it still didn't really negate any of the impact that Naga was having on the Star Lord. You don't have those team ups, you don't have that same amount of impact, but you still are able to do so much. And on an objective, on a point like this domination map, it really felt that it came into its own, maybe more so than you'd see on Royal Palace, but I guess that's more arguing semantics than anything.
Yeah, I think it was also interesting that the FNATIC self-banned the Namor, because I feel like FNATIC would have loved to have had a Namor in that situation. I think, yes, it'd be a little bit difficult because then you have to kind of give over bans to Luna, give over bans to Loki, and then it's like a little bit more difficult in that regard to kind of figure out where you want to be in that pick ban. But I think LG, that composition that we saw from them, like now I'm thinking, okay, we ban Adam Warlock, yeah, but like, do we need to start banning Venom from Trust Me because of the way that these dives were so well played and how well the Venom was working?
Well, we can sort of talk to some of the players, I think, from LG. We've got Naga standing by for a post-match interview to talk us through exactly what went well for LG there. So first of all, congratulations. I do want to start with that first map loss, though. What went wrong in that one that ended up going so right in the second and third map for you to reverse sweep?
So in the first map, we kind of ended up in like a brawl mirror, something we didn't practice a lot. And also, I think we took like the worst matchup. They had the Groot right open, and we kind of leaned into like double shield into it. And I think especially on this like first cuff where we are in a lot of chokes, it just gives so much value to have the Groot to like split us off, right? And we tried to play like around angles to break it, but without having like a dive tank, right? So we ended up in this like very front to back scenario where it's just like really hard to outmatch the Groot. And it's also just not our strength. We knew it was their strength, but we have been playing, more the Venom dive. So
Yeah, so walk me through a little bit about this Venom dive, because I think, with the patch that we saw and Venom getting buffed significantly, Star-Lord also getting a pretty big buff, I think, with the fuel, how, it feels like it's kind of like a little bit of a split where it's like a 3-3 where it's like you're diving with Trust Me a lot and you're coordinating that. Is that Trust Me kind of calling a lot of those dives, or is it when you see an angle on the Star-Lord where you're like, we can go here, I have my blaster, I'm able to get the bulwark from the Magneto? Is that kind of how that goes?
yeah, I mean, it goes both ways. We kind of have like a common understanding, like entirely as a team, when we kind of want to hit the enemies. Like, are we gonna hit them? Like, we have like kill boxes, as we call them, and in those kill boxes we look to go. And then like if we have to like do multiple turns, I will say that I'm ready to hit again, and he's gonna be like, okay, I'm ready to slam, and then we're gonna like sync it up like that, right? So it's like everyone that connects on the dive has like the responsibility of calling when they're ready, and also like actually having responsibility of getting those like clean turns in and out, so you don't overstay, so that you like get desynced, So yeah, it goes both ways with the communications.
I think that was one impressive area of how you played, just how well you dove onto targets to take them out instantly. But I think the other area is almost the opposite, right? You were able to sustain such long fights in grueling positions. Like, I mean, how long was it? Like 3 minutes of overtime over on that second map, just try and get it to that second checkpoint. Like, how are you guys able to do that? Obviously, there's a lot going on our screens, but it's a great work from the supports to keep everybody alive. But what's the thing that allows you guys to just be able to fight throughout massive ultimates and super long team fights, even when you have players getting eliminated and coming back? How are you able to keep fighting?
First of all, it's like prioritizing your life, and then it's also that our comp just has like insanely high mobility and a lot of win conditions. We can hit backline to kill, we can hit backline to force resources there and then poke out frontline. We can, by just having aggressive positions, actually make it really scary for them to walk up. And so it creates like, the game is in our hands at that point, right? But it does require us not to make mistakes. If I get picked or we overstay on a dive or anything like that, our comp kind of like falls apart, because then there's no longer the threat of us actually like hitting the backline, right? But I mean, everyone from our team just played extremely well, and we didn't make that many individual mistakes that caused us to like lose 1 or 2 people in fights, and that's why they were just ongoing for so long, and we could keep doing rotations over and over and over, right? And be a threat, yeah.
Tell me a little bit about the composition that we saw in the second map, because it feels like you get like a lot of extra chances with that team up with the Adam Warlock, and does that mean you can play like a little bit more aggressively because you have not only 1 extra life, but you kind of have 2 if Adam Warlock has the ultimate? Does that change a little bit about the pacing of like how those fights end up working?
It definitely does, also because we're playing 2 dive DPS, so we kind of only have the opportunity to like keep hitting the enemies pretty much. We do have some frontline poke with Psylocke and Star-Lord, but we do want to like do a lot of rotations on backline and essentially to kill or force like Link. And you're right, we do have a lot of forgiveness in the reses we do have, and we also have Link on top of that. So we should just like trade out those resources as much as we can on the rotations, and yeah, create opportunities for ourselves. But we do have a lot of sustain with the Link, reses. So yeah, it's a really powerful
lots of reses.
Yeah, a lot of res and a lot of Link and a lot of
I think taking it out of the server a little bit, like you guys got picked up by Luminosity. You played up against FNATIC, who were picked up by FNATIC very recently too. As I guess is the last question, this is a hell of a statement to be making, right? Like, not only with FNATIC being picked up by an org like that, but also them winning the most like recent EU tournament, and you guys also representing an org now. How do people feel? Like, were you nervous going into this game because now you're representing an org? It's like, okay, this is where it starts? Or are you just absolutely beaming now because you're like, we beat FNATIC, this tournament can very easily be ours?
I don't know if we were nervous. I think we have a lot of experience, so I don't think we're nervous going into any matches. And I don't like, obviously we want to win and we believe strongly that we can, but we don't like, at least from my perspective, we're kind of like in a very early phase as a team. So I know that in a week, in 2 weeks, in 3 weeks, we're gonna be a lot better. So regardless of what would happen today, it doesn't really change where we're gonna be in 2 weeks. Obviously, getting a win this early in our what can you say, phase as a team is really important, and it does make for us to improve over the next few weeks and actually going really far, right? Because we start off well instead of getting a few losses in the beginning and then stepping it up as we become better, right? So it does give us a lot more leeway and free room to actually win it all. So it's really, really nice. It was a really important win, and I'm glad we managed to adapt, right? So we didn't just fall over after first map.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Well, we're definitely going to be seeing you in action tomorrow as the Swiss stage continues. So, again, congrats. Enjoy the rest of your night. I'd be excited to see some of the other teams play. So, enjoy yourself, sit back, and we'll see you tomorrow, Naga.
Thank you so much. My pleasure. Have a good one.
Thank you, Naga.
So, yeah, I think at least for us, Kenobi, that caps things off. We have a couple of series coming up, so don't go anywhere. There's still VIRTUS.PRO and other teams to be playing. But it does feel that this LG team, we all predicted that FNATIC was going to take this one.
We did all predict
so
FNATIC.
I didn't want to necessarily mention that too much in front of Naga, but at the same time, the way that they played as a team shouldn't be that surprising because, like I said, they're very experienced just across hero shooters, full stop. But it was some really solid front-to-back team play from this team that were able to take some amazing fights and actually win out a very potent series, I guess.
Yeah, against a very good team in FNATIC, and I think that it was interesting to kind of hear that first map from Naga where they're like, we're not playing our game, and it feels like, if this is going to be the game of LG where it is playing this dive composition, again, now that I'm thinking about when we go into pick ban, does Venom need to be banned? Do we need to ban Adam Warlock? All of these things now against LG in particular, that's really what I'm going to be looking forward now, because I think pick ban now against LG, if they're going to be playing this style of composition, and it is what they're best at, and they don't really have that brawly mirror in their back pocket, that's where I think a lot of these matches are going to be won against this LG team, is going to be how our team's going to deal with it in the pick ban.
For sure. For FNATIC fans that are watching, don't panic, don't cry. We're going to see them in action
it's just
tomorrow.
relax.
Continues.
It's one game.
We're going to keep seeing these guys play, and surely they're going to bounce back. But we also get to see LG play tomorrow. However, we still have 4 teams in this 8-team tournament that we haven't seen just yet. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go for a break, and we'll see you again very shortly.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, wishing across Here's our time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New day smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls.
Time to go nuts. Ha! Check out this big acorn. World Stampede!
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. To drain. The moon haunts you!
Psionic burst! Disappear!
That almost hurt! I've got you! Fantastic! Ha! 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 Ha!
You have been sheltered by the light for far too long. The time has come for darkness to reign. Soon Your resolve will begin to crumble. You'll be stretched too thin. There will be nowhere left to hide. And your fire will cease to burn. For no light shall survive in my empire of eternal night.
Support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Purification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz endgame.
Off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean up now for the rest. Rude's used that up, but very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame are going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line, and there's your reset. It costs an extra ultimate, it forced him out.
That Eternal Bond feeling at least is going to keep that Invisible Woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Inspo going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Ramsey with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not last for long as Ramsey cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Luna Snows in that moment, taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Fate of both spells. Butterfly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO on Sinatra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's slipping.
Making the combo. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon, goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimate up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE skilling. If you don't have one of those strategist ultimates, Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for 3. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Ace once again goes in, gets one thing, gets 2 picks. Going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the move. Yeah. Looking for a dance of the butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls back.
Tyrax going crazy.
But I think both of these duelists just end up looking straight at Shroods again.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash! Coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
The Marvel Rivals Invitational for Europe, Middle East, and Africa coming right back at you after a break. I'm Leg Day, joined by the wonderful Moxie, and we're going to be taking you through the rest of the day.
Yes, hopefully we get some close matchups after just getting to see that free map of absolute banger go down before. Definitely some surprises coming on through, but Harry, we're probably going to see a little bit of different compositions from these two teams coming on up, Peps and Dusty, because Dusty likes to take the Adam Warlock off of the table immediately. So you and I, we're not going to be subjected to revive, continue, revive.
Karmic Revivals up and down the shop was certainly something to behold. Luminosity, I think, they played better than I expected. Luminosity were definitely a team that I thought might not be able to stand up to FNATIC, given that FNATIC's got a slightly longer competitive history, at least as a roster, compared to that Luminosity squad, but they were very impressive. And of course, Peps and Dusty are both rosters that there are elements of familiarity to them, but in these particular setups, we haven't seen too much in the way of proper competition yet.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot of dive come through from the side of Dusty. They really do like running things like the Venom and the Magneto. Peps, we've already been able to sort of like cover this as a team who are French, so their communication is very, very quick, very coordinated, which is also going to lend really, really well to either playing into that dive or being able to counter it immediately, because you need to identify not just when the dive is coming on, but also who the dive is coming against.
Oh, Protect on Storm here. That could be, that could definitely be very game-defining. Magneto is a very quick lock on the Protect here for Dusty. We've seen Frankie play a considerable amount of that with a time on Niceland. This Dusty roster did formerly compete under Niceland alongside Fincy, who's now been picked up by VIRTUS.PRO. You'll be seeing him later.
Yeah, so this is what we've sort of expected to see coming through from Dusty, right? Ban on Loki, ban on Bucky. Those are two heroes that are very, very good at stopping dive from having that momentum pickup. It's going to be a Psylocke ban now coming on through from Peps in reaction, so they know it's going to be a dive composition coming at them, and they want to take Psylocke off of the table. The fact that she can maneuver herself into positions very, very quickly. You have to scout check where she's going to be popping up as well, because she can get into those positions stealthed, which means that your support line has a lot less time to be able to react into what exactly is going to be thrown at them, as we can have a look and see what heroes are going to be coming out to play. Potentially, we see the thing get locked in here for Frankie. This is something that Asia actually really liked to lock into when they had their Marvel Rivals Invitational. The thing was either insta-banned or literally played every single game in hybrid dive with things like the Strange or the Magneto.
Yeah, the things kind of changed the ban dynamic when it comes to Wolverine as well, who in many cases was kind of a perma-ban for a lot of competitive teams who wanted their Vanguards to be able to play the game for a little bit. But now, with the anti-displacement abilities of the thing, you can often feel like your Vanguards will be able to actually play. The Wolverine that was hovered previously is going to be taken away as we get ready to head over, I believe, to the throne room to begin domination.
Yeah, we're going to get Teemo on that Groot, so a more brawl-heavy composition coming on through for PEPS. Going to be trying to sustain the front line as much as possible with that Luna and the Sue, while being able to create the space for the poke fight for that Storm and Star-Lord. Meanwhile, Crizzy is going to be in charge double duty in trying to keep two flyers out of the air, but Namor, you can multitask with those monster spawns.
Yeah, and the auto-aim as well, just managing to completely lock people out often. Orion's actually going to be the recipient of that metal bulwark to begin with and finds Hardest in the air, utilizing those lightning strikes as they come down. The Weather Goddess proves her worth, and look at the cleave here. Big damage coming out of Orion. This is going to be PEPS backing off towards the point. Even though undermanned, the mission area should be capped fairly quickly here, but with Frankie getting themselves on point, it's going to be contested. And now Shu might actually find themselves a little bit too far out. CMD finds the final blow for that one, and it's actually a flip here with Dusty grabbing first control.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough now for PEPS to come back into this as well, because they burned that portal on the first approach, and Leaf on that Storm is going to be much more exposed trying to play into a retake position, especially because Orion and Crizzy are going to be able to set themselves up into positions to poke you down before you can even see them. You can actually see Orion just waiting on this door frame for someone to walk past, the Strange Shield to be gone, and then you get to walk on all of the squishies in the backline, but Chef is actually able to turn it around, coming in through with a massive maelstrom here.
Beautiful walls. Here comes the Omega Hurricane, and instantly Orion tries to get away after forcing out that Fate of Both Worlds, but with a changeover towards added damage, it's more than capable of being able to burst the Storm through that 600 HP that she grabs.
Yeah, that's the silver lining, right, for PEPS. They were taking so much more poke damage, but that meant that Switch was getting such a larger battery to build up to that Fate of Both Worlds to have the 40% damage boost. CMD is going to have Fate of Both Worlds to try and push through this choke this time around, but Teemo can absolutely look to shut it down with that Strangling Prison. You can see the front line just very much wanting to scout out where those Vanguards are going to walk forward. The Groot will to isolate the front line from the back line, and that means that the heals just don't have LOS to keep them standing, and that is a very fast return to spawn coming on through for Team Dusty.
Teemo just swings the corner, erects the walls, and just cuts the team in half. Orion stands too close to those Thornlash walls as well, gets extra damage onto them the second that they get poked by any member of PEPS, and that's just too much to deal with when those healers have no LOS.
Yeah, I love what PEPS are doing as well. They're checking their angles to make sure that no one's taking a flank approach, and they're also making sure not to put themselves up too heavily so that when the thing tries to look for that opening charge, they're not able to find any isolated target. And this boundary is forced off of poke and Omega Hurricane threat alone, and Leaf is more than happy to bait that ultimate out because here comes Strangling Prison! It's a Horn of Proteus, and that is the cornucopia that just keeps on giving.
The Horn of Proteus lands down upon so many imprisoned members of Dusty. And oh my goodness, they got the freeze onto CMD as well. This could be an extended stagger. Finally, put out of their misery by Leaf. The knockout is delivered. And for Dusty, maybe we have to consider coming in from a different angle, but we don't want to give away that high ground control to PEPS for free.
And also, with Frankie on the thing and not really having all of the mitigations that are active to those shield Vanguard, you want to try and take that approach as quickly as possible. Nevertheless, they're going to have to throw themselves onto point, and that means they have to throw themselves between the walls coming through from the group. Fate of Both Worlds from Switch to make sure that everyone from PEPS lives. No one is going to get traded. And Dusty just do not have the damage boost. They have to sustain and hope that Orion coming on through with a late Goddess Omega Hurricane is going to be able to find the picks necessary. But Hardest on that sideline on that Namor is still just dispatching these DPS.
Nice left click, right click combo there from the Namor to take out their counterpart, PEPS. They're going to walk away from this with a fairly dominant performance. It feels like the group, we heard in Naga's interview earlier, that Ryan and Kenobi conducted, that the group can be fairly brutal on this particular domination map. Really forces that front to back, and Frankie and Milkboy are just suffering so much damage when going up against the defensive stalwarts of PEPS.
Yeah, and you have to remember as well that like these flyers can play above the POV of the group wall and still get damage in onto things like the strategists behind the wall. So not only is your front line taking damage without the ability to be healed because it's cut LOS, your strategists are also not having those front lines being able to absorb the incoming damage and keep themselves safe, which forces them to have to be much more aggressive with those strategist ultimates than they would desire. And you actually got to see Leaf's just presence and threat alone of the Omega Hurricane coming for at the beginning of a fight forced the invis boundary out early, and that was the go sign for the second stage of the fight for PEPS to be able to swing it. We're going to see a portal swinging on through as both of these teams looking to set up possession of the high ground statue. Who is going to be able to find the better value though, as the Groot wall immediately comes out, as do the Monstro spawn, finds the isolated target. The Strange does have levitation to back away, so it's not going to result in a pick, but it does clear up the space for Leaf, force everyone from Dusty to back on off with that Omega Hurricane.
No, Leaf doesn't want to really commit to that one, even with no strategist ultimates there to truly mitigate it. Too worried about the damage could come over towards their exposed body. Should be a first cap here for PEPS, but Hardest has already gone low, needs a little bit of healing. That's going to be ILO actually committing the Invisible Woman's boundary there to give over a bunch of healing, but with many members of Dusty already having fallen down, I'm not sure if they can really convert on this.
Yeah, Switch with the Ice Arts was actually able to find the connections before those players were in the range of Invis boundary. Fight still going on. Dusty refusing to give this one up. They're going to go for the damage boost, the 40% converting to that 500 damage that is normally there from the Horn of Proteus on that central. And it is going to convert into a kill, but PEPS now also going to be answering back with a better Horn of Proteus. Anything you can do, we can find double the value. That is 2k picked up for the Namor from the side of PEPS. And that's going to be Dusty yet again having to play into a retake, but that fight that went on so long, unfortunately for the side of Dusty, it wasn't when the point was uncapped. PEPS were in possession of it the entire time, Harry, so we're about to cross the 50% threshold.
Even with the glorious visage of Loki falling on top of Hardest's head, still managed to get themselves a triple here. And now Natlox has a little bit of freedom as to when they're going to be deploying this invisible boundary. Milkboy already down. Out comes the strangling prison. 3 players caught within. A Tanglewood wall separates them as they are separated from their bodies. Teemo popping off on the Groot again and again.
Yeah, lovely little bit of micro that Teemo is doing as well. When the Strangling Prison ends and that CC frame is gone and the strategists can try and heal each other back up to full, Teemo actually drops a wall directly in the middle of where the ultimate had been, so it pushes one of the supports up and cuts LOS away from them so that PEPS can still land damage on that vulnerable target. Hardest now playing the off angle. Here comes Leaf, and this time more than happy to connect onto that commitment of the Omega Hurricane. Cuts off the Luna from the team, and this, Harry, is a dominant push coming on through from a dominant team.
Oh, this could even just be a dominant map. 100% here for PEPS. No one can really touch. It's a celebratory fate of both worlds at the moment from Switch as overtime will tick on down. And PEPS, what a performance to begin with here on our domination map. We'll have to see if the group can continue to be the secret sauce, but Teemo is looking clean on it.
Yeah, I would even say that it sort of needs to be a ban on the Groot in the next map, because you did just get to see that Teemo was outmatching. Part of it does come down to the fact that Dusty's team were having to play into retake far more often than PEPS, and it is much easier to be able to find value as a defending Groot than an attacking Groot, because your walls can literally be placed before the other side walks into you. But you can see a tale of statistics, right? Teemo, 25 damage, 25,000 damage blocks in comparison to Milkboy's 21,000, but the damage stats, 25 eliminations in comparison to the 3 that Milkboy was able to pick up, and the 11,000 damage, which the 7k just pales in comparison to.
Yeah, shout out to the healers as well. Switch and Natlocks holding it down. And honestly, the lack of damage taken here by Switch just calls out to good positioning and being able to consistently play in safer positions, but really require you to run the gauntlet of Peps before you can really deliver any threat to that Lunar Snow.
Yeah, I mean, when you're running into everything that Peps had on the table, you have to mark Shu's position on the Strange if he has Eye of Agamotto so that you don't get surprise ulted and everyone gets CC stunned out. You have to take the Groot walls down, so before you even get to see the team, you have to chop down a forest just to be able to reach the front line. And then you have to figure out where this Namer is going to be playing on that off angle. Destroy the Monstro spawns too, because Luna got through the ban phase, which meant that he gets the additional turret to come through, which has the slowing effect, and you have to worry about them getting critical headshots on things like the Groot when he's walking, which would then activate the monsters into the berserk state, so they would get even faster firing rate. It really was, like you said, an absolute gauntlet. It wasn't so much as like walking in and getting taken down by 5. It was 1,000 paper cuts. But speaking about 1,000 paper cuts, we've got more than a couple of highlights to be able to throw your way.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time!
torch in the house, yo. You don't look so hot. Boom goes the meteor. No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky. Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
Team Peps have come to make a statement, Marks, and domination there in Asgard, walking away with it 2-0. And Teemo has been particularly impressive on the groups, but Teemo might have a little bit more trouble as we head over towards our second map, looking to get a bit more vertical and be a little bit less penned in by those walls. The choice of map for Dusty to try and turn us around is Spider Islands.
Yeah, I think this is definitely one of their best bets of being able to try and just force Teemo off of this grid, out of his comfort zone. You and I, we were discussing it during the break, because it's either you have to ban the Groot out, which then becomes problematic, because if you do want to try and run that dive, that potentially opens up things like the Luna and the Namor, which, as we saw, pose a lot of problems, a whole host of monstro problems when it came to just being able to try and set up some of those off-angle flanks to come on through. But we can actually have a look and see what the bans are going to be in just a matter of moments. And I mean, Spider Islands, like you said, a lot of verticality, potentially just off of the threat of having the map and the amount of lanes that are available, especially like when you look at A and all of the approaches that the attacking side can take. They can go either hard left, hard right, they can take the jump pads and try and take your verticality away. We might see things like the Storm come back into play as well. Groot probably not going to be finding the most favorable footing here, so potentially you don't even have to waste one of your ban picks on him at all.
Yeah, I think the last thing I want to see here is a Namor mirror match. Like, if Namor makes it through the ban phase somehow, I do not want to see Crizzy trying to take it the hardest on this hero.
Yeah. I mean, if Namor makes it through the pick ban, then you need to take Luna off the table immediately. Like, having one of those heroes in play makes it still possible, problematic, but still possible for Dive to be able to find the momentum that it's looking for. Having both of them, though, is next to impossible, especially because you have to worry about the damage boost, and we're not going to be worrying about the group. Dusty decide there's a potential threat of Teemo picking that one up, even on a map that doesn't have it having the most favorable position, and they just decide to ban it straight out of the mix. Psylocke is going to be protected from them instead, so you can definitely see that really trying to pivot to that Dive composition.
Namor protect here, perhaps, or even Luna for the side of Peps. The Psylocke protect here is a fairly strong telegraph of a diving intention, potentially, from the side of Dusty. Oh, okay.
I like that. I do like that, because Loki is one of those heroes, one of those strategists, actually, who can use just base abilities to get through Dance of the Butterflies, as opposed to something like the Sue or the Luna, where you do have to invest your ultimate. Loki can literally just bait the Psylocke dashes with his copies, and it is going to be followed up by a Venom ban. So they're going to let one dive hero come through, but they're absolutely not going to let one of those Vanguards prop the Psylocke up.
Okay, Namor shut down for now, trying to take away ingredients from the anti-dive, but one of the main ingredients of a dive itself in Venom has been taken off the table, so the initial burst of real staying power that can often accompany a faster play is going to be off the table. We actually have Shu picking up the thing now, previously unplayed by Frankie. And this is going to be a fairly resilient front line from the side of PEPS, between Teemo being able to bubble Shu and Shu giving damage reduction off their own E onto the Magneto. They're going to be fairly difficult to dislodge.
Yeah, if Chrissy is going to be sticking with this Wolverine pick, though, and Dusty are on the defense, so we can see coming out of spawn, that is going to be one of the duelists that this team decides to opt for. Shu going for the thing makes perfect sense. Being able to resist the Feral Leap so that you don't get taken away from your team and just left in enemy territory is oh so valuable. And I mean, we even actually get to see Natlox rocking the rocket. Currently, this is potentially just for Peps to min-max the opening phase of point A, contribute to Hardest's ultimate charge to that Kraken impact just by coming out of the doors with that Z synergy.
Chrissy hanging out defensively here on the Wolverine is going to be quite unhappy to see Shu on that thing, who of course is immune to displacement effects and therefore cannot be kidnapped away with the Feral Leap, which takes away one of the main means of violence that can be levied by the Wolverine.
Yeah, not just the Wolverine, but Orion on the Bucky as well. So grapple and the Wolverine grab. Now not going to be finding one really valuable target. Teemo 2 on that Magneto, if he does get taken out of position, will have the bubble to aid himself and make sure that he makes it back to his team safely, as we do have a little bit of a poke battle coming down between all of these teams. Frankie taking a lot of damage, does manage to jump back to his team with that E, so will be able to survive and battery pack for his strategist to hit those first ultimates.
Oh, nothing connecting off the back of the Bionic Kirk. Instead, the Tainted Voltage just going to rack the nerves of many players here on the side of the Dusty defense. Leaf taken out a little bit earlier, though. That Sonic Force is just so good at dislodging these flies if they dare to fly into it. Hardest has already been able to do so much, getting themselves a bunch of ultimate charge. Hardest unable to really turn that into any resets, though. So no agains will ring out. Instead, it's going to be Orion who might be able to take advantage of this one. A trade of those strategic ultimates. Clawbreak. Nice dodge from Orion. Beautiful as the Shockwave came in, decided to stay away from that one. Still forcing out a fate of both worlds. This isn't really going to be converting.
So much space given up as well by the defensive side. They are able to hop into the Invis boundary to live through the majority of Leaf's Omega Hurricane, but once the ultimate has expired, we've got Hardest coming in with another Kraken impact. And that was a lot of ultimates committed for the side of the defense. You actually just heard the opening of the Meteor M coming out from Milkboy as he tried to stem the bleeding that the attacking side, the space that they'd been able to pick up, the space that the defense had given up just by backing off, waiting for some of those key ultimates to come into play, is now going to bleed into what they have available at the start of a B.
Hardest ultimate generation goes crazy, bro. I mean, Homie's always been a name no matter the esport. This is a very brazen push forward here from Frankie. Tries to bring out the clobbering time. 2 stuns are delivered onto both Switch and onto Teemo, but the final blows aren't there. No knockouts are delivered, and instead now it has to be the last stand, which really commits to it. Yeah, Chrissy will grab 2. A 5-person clobbering time from Shu to try and turn it around. The healing is good, though. The Dusty defense should stand tall.
Yeah, both of these strategists as well able to keep pace for the most part with Hardest generating up into that Kraken impact. What you have to worry about is the grapple coming through, and there it is. Frizzy looked for a pick, finds themselves getting picked instead, and the opening is immediately there. The defense are going to dissipate into that Invis boundary to cover the fact that they were using a Kraken impact of their own, but the smoke screen clears. Alongside it goes Orion. Hardest does get frozen by Absolute Zero, but he is only halted temporarily in his tracks, and it's down to Milkboy to try and shut down the fate of the both worlds as he finds Natlox in the back.
The business end of the Meteor Ram, raising up that magnetic barrier to try and shield away the strategist from the damage of the Omega Hurricane, but it still manages to pierce through, and Teemo manages to take out their counterpart here in the Magneto versus Magneto. And now it might just be one fight that PEPS need to complete second.
We've got to pivot from the Wolverine on over to that Psylocke. Can Crizzy worm themselves into that back line and pull enough distraction for the front line to be able to have a little bit more breathing room? As you can see, yet again, they've backed on off and given the attacking side all of the tempo.
Big stun coming through onto Frankie. The magnetic bulwark was not enough to keep him moving forward here. And now Teemo can just roll on forth, unthreatened by that shield-penetrating damage of the punch. The hook, however, still an issue. Barnacut drags him in. And look at that, sniping towards the back. Natlox is a victim of Milk Boy. This might be what's needed to turn this around here for the Dusty defense. And Frankie's return in the midst of all of this as well. The clobbering time, stuns up multiple. A nice left begins a right-click combo. Removes hardest from contention, and while Switch may be dancing for their life and putting on quite the show, I'm not sure if there's enough piercing power here to complete this out for PEPS. There's going to be one dance for butterflies, a swan song perhaps, more of a dance macabre and a coup de grace towards the end of this one. Crizzy doesn't pick up any final blows, and everyone wants to invest in this fight to try and turn it around. Two Invisible Woman ultimates at the same time. Orion has fallen through the cracks in the midst of all of this. Maybe the healing could have been delivered, and Meteor M also going to be brought down on top of Hardest.
Oh, absolute huge pick, necessary pick, because Hardest had been holding onto the Kraken Impact for the strategist ultimate to finally be seen through. Leaf might be able to find the damage, though, to brute force into C with that Storm damage boost, aiding all of the rest of their team. No ultimates necessary, just brutal cooldowns and mechanics in the neutral. Frankie is going to have that clobbering time to try and just, again, shut this attacking team down before they can take all of the space away from this defense, and they need to be able to do that. This Storm needs to be shut down before you can pick up enough momentum to take away all of the off angles, and especially the high ground approach.
Yeah, Leaf is just vomiting damage. Big clobbering time, stuns up 3 for now. The regeneration domain is going to be popped in response to that to turn all the damage resisted into healing, and Frankie's out too far. Leaf is more than happy to extend an invitation back to spawn for the wayward thing, and PEPS just going to continue rolling forward, even having lost Natlock, so not going to be losing much progress.
Big though, that opens up the dance card. The dance of the butterflies, but Teemo's mag bubble shields all of the incoming damage, and salt in the wounds. Crizzy gets taken down at the tail end of it too. That butterfly is migrating for another season, Harry, as now Milkboy yet again has to try and shut the attacking side down with the Meteor M. Loki does have the regen domain, but it doesn't cover Leaf out in the open season for the Magneto ult.
LeBron with a mid-air dunk, getting rid of Leaf when he was going to be at his most dangerous. Milkboy for now just holds the bulwark in front of the offensive PEPS push. Going to be looking for a hook here as well. The other Meteor M takes to the Sky Teemo, unable to find any finishing blows off the back of this one. Milkboy's taking enough damage off the back of the Thing Brawl, but it can be converted. A last chance here from Orion to try and turn this around off the back of the Kraken Impact, but finds himself in the midst of a storm. An Omega Hurricane that was levied by Leaf, returning with a frown after being taken down by that Meteor M. The all-out brawl now is going to be supplemented by the damage boost given over by Leaf. So much damage is going to be levied here, moving forward by PEPS. It's so difficult to out-damage all of this, as Leaf just finds target after target, slaying and vanquishing all in their path. PEPS should be good for a completion here once the Magneto's dislodged.
Yeah, it's an absolute clutch fate of both worlds as well coming on through from the side of PEPS, because the defensive side were about to hit win condition. They were about to get Dance of the Butterflies coming on through from Crizzy, and being on the defense, they had easier access to their spawn room. If they lost one player in comparison to the attacking side, it's far more value to down a member from PEPS in comparison to Dusty, because they just walk, what, 5 meters out of their spawn and they're back into the fight immediately. So really good decision from PEPS to just turn the momentum on their heads, and instead of holding onto a strategist ultimate to combat a heavy-hitting duelist's ultimate, go first, swap up the tempo, and get aggressive before that win condition can properly come on through, resulting in, like you said, a full push, which is very rare that we get to see, because these convoy maps, as we talked about, having that defensive spawn so close to the finishing line of C, results in a lot of time being shaved off of the bank overall.
Yeah, can make for some very brutal battles of attrition. Let's quick look in at our stat lines thus far. I'll check out Hardest. Managing to out damage for Storm on Bucky is pretty impressive, actually. But of course, Leaf is contributing to so many of these eliminations by the means of that damage boost. It just gives Hardest so much more oomph behind the Rotterstern.
I mean, the supports as well for the side of PEPS, they're just not dying in comparison to Dusty's. It's going to be a high ground approach hold coming on through from PEPS so that Leaf can get really good angles over that Strange Shield. But it's actually Dusty who are able to come out on top, toppling so many of these squishies. And what should have been an aggressive spawn hold is very quickly crumbling into sand.
Oh, Timo just getting the hard W on the backline. Almost got a pair there of eliminations, but won't get the second one in this case. Dusty, they managed to convert the defense into ult charge quite quickly, and Peps are going to set up a secondary defense.
True, but unfortunately for Peps, because of the nature of roles who got picked early, Natlox being one of the first members who fell, that Loki is so far behind in terms of ultimate charge, and already Dusty are getting aggressive off the back of this. They know that the strategists are going to be behind, so if the duelists hit their ultimates first, they can outpace the defending team.
Want to kick up some dust here as a head down main. Timo. Maybe ideas of glory looking up towards this high ground. Psylocke, Crizzy punished for the audacity of the angle. Thinking they could maybe try and assassinate Storm. The Omega Mutant is under protection of a Sorcerer Supreme.
Oof, that hubris is going to cost as well. Immediately, Peps are given what they needed to match tempo of ultimate charges. Natlox is going to have a God of Mischief to open things up, so even if Orion comes on through a Kraken Impact, but it's not Kraken Impact, it's going to be Meteor M coming on through, and Natlox still in Loki form is going to be able to avoid all of the incoming damage with the regen domain, and we now go into potentially 24 seconds of just absolute chaos as all of these teams try and find the picks through the Luna ultimate. Eye of Agamotto is good, sets up the stun hitbox for Hardest to come on through. Fish in a barrel had better chance of avoiding that one, and Hardest takes it home.
Oh, when the pixel dust clears, there's nothing left of Dusty. This is a little bit of a... a little bit of an interest. Of course, Natlox had used the Trickster God a little bit earlier in this fight and was looking to get some real value out of that copy towards the end. That's the Dance of the Butterflies. It may actually be focused in onto mostly one player. 2 stuns come through from a clobbering time, and wow, the descent from the heavens here with the Eye of Agamotto gets rid of Leaf, and it seems like Peps have been punished for the audacity of their push.
Yeah, they were able to block out the damage from Dance of the Butterflies by Natlox being able to drop down 2 clones, so the Psylocke immediately gravitates with the auto-targeting to the players who've been hit the least. Oh, are we going to see the portal tech? Are they going to cancel out the spawn doors? They're not able... No, it's going to be the counter portal. So that everyone can just immediately, CC portal over the Stranger's head so they're not able to body block it. And immediately CMD is able to hit the absolute zero and stop the defense in their tracks and piling through that portal and contesting as we head now into B.
High IQ maneuvers here from Dusty. Now they're looking to just try and get some advantage off the back of this with an aggressive push forward. Still, Shu's going to try and stand in the way here. The rocky body of the thing is a great defensive bulwark to try and stop this one, but you need more than that to try and keep Leaf safe from the metal of Milk Boy. Crizzy finds Timo as well, having swapped over themselves from the Psylocke onto the Storm. Damage boost for all and sundry as Dusty find even more momentum.
Yeah, that was writing on the wall, unfortunately for the defense. They'd lost so many players, so they had to just throw themselves onto that payload and delay the cut for as long as possible. Attacking side already going to be pushing up, removing the space, removing any potential setup for Hardest to start off with this Kraken Impact by just being absolutely targeted by every member of Dusty when he opens it up.
Milk Boy's proven himself quite the duelist here on the Vanguard, ironically. The Omega Hurricane ready to go. Leaf just waits out for a second for some of that ultimate to expire before coming on forward, and then it's just going to disengage the remainder of the team. Crizzy can match this one, and with an aggressive play of a Fate of Both Worlds here from Switch, there might be an opening for Chris to try and find something later. Natlox going to find themselves pressured now to go for the Trickster God onto the other Luna. There's a lot of charge on that Meteor M. My goodness, Peps, they are just dismembered by the impact.
Yeah, Hubble telescope couldn't have seen that one coming. Unfortunately, Natlox was safe and secure. That's why PEPS went for the commitment of the incredibly aggressive Fate of the Both Worlds. They knew that they had God of Mischief. They knew that they could copy the Luna. So that the second that Crizzy went for that Omega Hurricane, Natlox would be able to copy the state and get the ultimate online. But that just meant that Milk Boy was just sitting on Meteor M and waiting for the right moment to drop it in. And this is a very fast time that Dusty have been able to push all the way into C. Eye of Agamotto as well. Means that if these players on the defensive side aren't able to block it, if they get stunned up, you know what's coming afterwards. Orion is just waiting, frothing at the mouth to get to commit the Kraken impact.
Orion dreams. For now, it's going to be an Eye of Agamotto. That's 4 players stunned, by the way. Frankie's going to give themselves up for it, but it's opened the path for Orion. And while Orion is going to suffer at the hands of the counter push here, the damage has already been done. And Peps are wiped again.
The follow-up was so clean. Eye of Agamotto into Kraken impact. And there was nothing that the defense were able to do. Even if they'd had support ultimates, even if they had the Loki copies, everyone knows by now you never use your Loki clones against the Kraken impact because you just allow the resets to come on through. Orion now trying to build back on up to that ultimate, but Crizzy's already got an Omega Hurricane in the forecast. Might be able to down the Mirror Storm without even having to commit it, as Frankie gets to go aggressive and take Shoodown, who was having to play Anchor, and that forces, before we even see the Omega Hurricane, the Fate of Both Worlds coming through from the defense just to be able to give them the confidence of keeping themselves on the card.
Oh, just dunking down on Switch's head. Leaf's going to try their best to turn this one around, but you're right inside the ultimate of this for Susan Storm. Crizzy has the greater storm. The wind speed has picked up, and so too has our series. We are far from a 2-0 as a greater time bank is gained.
You can see, like, when you take away the comfort of the group pick from Peps, there's a couple of cracks that come on through. This is a team that gets very aggressive and try and win these fights out incredibly quickly in the first stage, and Dusty have started picking up on that. They're making sure that they limit their aggression at the opening. They sort of bait Peps into making that first move. Then everyone pulls back, consolidates their resources, make sure that no one gets picked. And then when we hit the second stage, they just have far more resources and can outlast their opponent.
Just being able to find these isolated picks as well. Good target focus, especially onto Leaf. A very good read for the Omega Hurricane, was ready to go. And just fully committing to that Crizzy. While they did look a little bit outclassed in the Namor duel, certainly is doing a lot here on the Storm.
Yeah, and we can see now that the deaths are starting to come on through into Peps' tally. A lot of damage blocked from Teemo and Shu, but that just means that there's so much poke damage coming on out from both Crizzy and Orion, who are getting so much space to be able to play with, because Peps are just giving up really key angles where we normally see the cart slowed to a full halt. Peps, by going too aggressive, by trying to finish the fight too quickly, ironically actually shot themselves in the foot when it came to being able to hold on to that defense.
Natlox can give Teemo access to the Chaos Blade on the rollout here. That Metallic Chaos can do so much damage, and also will give Teemo a slight advantage when it comes to Ultimate Generation to get that Meteor Ram, which has been incredibly impactful in this particular matchup a little bit earlier.
Yeah, definitely to be able to shut down these strategist ultimates coming into the mix. So far, no picks have come on through, but that payload is yet to round the first corner, which is where the Storms are going to be able to get the better vantage point. You can see that Leaf is actually being so much more conservative this time around, utilizing the terrain, the rooftops to hide his position, hide his hitbox, and only committing to the fight when his Magneto aids him with the bubble.
An aerial ambush there onto Crizzy. Good play from... Oh, Teemo's overextended! And the regeneration domain is too late! Oh, there wasn't the damage reduction from Shu. That was something that went missing in the comms here. That was only 10 seconds remaining. And yes, Teemo is going to take their time to get back, but Shu needs to be surviving here on the point in order to just give that staying power. Out comes Milk Boy with the Meteor Ram. A rare miss when it comes to finding a final blow off the back of that. And the clap coming through from Malone. There's a lot of staying power to try and deal with. Leaf is desperately building up towards the incoming coming. Omega Hurricane and Frankie's been taken down as well. It's a touch too late from CMD here when it comes to using the fate of both worlds, and Peps is going to get the second one as Switch moves in with their own dance. Hardest is committed to this, and everyone is going all in for this particular fight. Omega Hurricane, Kraken Impact, ults flying left and right, desperately looking to vanquish one or two, but Orion is punished for their audacity. Milk Boy once again grabbing this one. Frankie gets so many off the back of the Eye of Agamotto. The stuns are too much to bear. The souls separated from the bodies and banished to the astral plane, held at just a few meters are Peps.
Again, like, they just get a little bit too over-aggressive. You can see these moments where they're trying to find those picks. They're trying to buy more space off of being able to find one elimination and force the other side into having to take a big back step, which is what we actually got to see them capitalize. It was why they were able to push through A as quickly as they did previously. Peps are keeping with these old strategies, whereas Dusty are adapting on the fly, and it's meaning that they're getting the better end of this matchup currently, especially because they got to see the mag invest that bubble. They knew it was on cooldown. It has a very hefty cooldown, and it had been invested onto the Storm rather than the mag saving it, because that cooldown, it's shed. You either get to bubble an ally or you get to bubble yourself. So the second that it goes out onto Leaf, Timo had to play way more passively, but he went a little bit too far forward, and when you're playing up against a Sue, if you fall afoul of that grab, you're gonna be punished immediately.
If Timo maintained their previous tactic of essential spawn door hold here in our second run through. Last time, it was Natlox who got picked first, and that was devastating for the PEP setup. However, if Natlox can play a little bit more conservatively here, maybe they can get a little bit more time bank drain.
Oh, it is going to be a close hold coming from PEPS. Like you said, they do need to drain this time bank. 1 minute 57 seconds for Dusty to make it, for the most part, through A. They need to find a pick to stave off this next fight and buy themselves the opportunity of hitting those really heavy-hitting duelist ultimates before Dusty have the space to battery their supports and sustain through them. There's the aggression, the Maelstrom coming on off of that Strange, but no kill. Shields are gonna be broken. We can see the melee coming through. That Magneto falling lower and lower and lower, and it's actually Natlox who's getting contested, having to invest the regen domain to peel for themselves.
Yeah, now this flank might actually be brutal. Leaf falling low, and Milk Boy, was that 2 off of a single blast?
Yeah.
My goodness, Milk Boy is on a tear right now, and he is ripping and tearing through the PEPS defense. Still, they haven't given up any space off the back of this one. It's all about the time bank drain.
Dusty, they're magicians at the moment. They're pulling off the sleight of hand perfectly. They make Peps think that, okay, the fight is happening in the front line, and then they send their threat off into an off angle into that back line, pulling out a vital resource like that regeneration domain, and then they commit to this fight properly. They've got the better in terms of ultimate economy as well. Hardest is going to have to make a hero play with this Kraken impact, potentially set up from Shu's clobbering time, but that is going to require poke phase to come on through, time that Hardest might not have.
Hardest. The Kraken impact here could be the change that's demanded. Only Milk Boy gets stunned by a clobbering time, and ILO brings up the barrier around as a defensive measure to keep that carry good. It's 3 players stunned by the Eye of Agamotto. Once again, Shu super low. Everybody afflicted by the Kraken impact. They're all in danger, but Peps is going to keep them all safe via the fate of both worlds. Milk Boy once again takes to the skies. Hardest is taken down, unable to deploy their ultimate as Crizzy finds an unattended Luna in the back. The Omega Hurricane is too far away to really deal with, and now Leaf has got to try and clutch off the back of this, coming in with an Mega Hurricane of their own. Overtime is in session. Crizzy's got no heals to try and survive this one. It's a desperate chase onto the wayward Bucky, as it's going to be just an entire building falling upon the pair. A flick from Orion is all that's needed, and guess what? Milk Boy's popping off again. Coming through the portal is a Kraken impact from Hardest. Can they string together yet another couple of frags in order to try and turn this one around? Getting super low are both of the Vanguards. They're just on the edge of their seat. A reset is finally hit on over. Hardest has arrived, and Hardest is going to claim the series for Peps when they are in the most danger.
We said it needed to be a hero play coming through from Hardest. It's not the first Kraken impact that finds the value that was necessary. It's the second one. And oh my goodness, what an impact that one had. That was an ultimate winning game. That was an ultimate winning match. Absolute crazy clutch plays coming on through from the Bucky, and it goes to show how strong Winter Soldier is. That ultimate, the fact that it can just go on and on and on and outlast even the strategist ultimates makes it such a danger that you have to watch out for. And PEPS played it down to the wire, but when it mattered, they were able to pull it off.
Yeah, huge clutch there from Hardest, being able to return. Credit to Teemo being able to set up that portal as quickly as they did. It might actually have been a huge boon for PEPS that Hardest fell as early as they did, to not have to invest that Kraken impact into the smorgasbord of ultimates that were levied by Dusty when they really smelled the blood in the water and felt like they could really try and bring that one across the line before Hardest comes in at an optimal time to find the eliminations.
Yeah, and I mean, we could potentially have been going to another map. It felt like we were going to be going to another map when we got to look at that time bank and be like, okay, especially with how quickly that first fight, that spawn hold attempt just fell apart. But my goodness, perhaps like the experience that this team has had, we talked about the fact like they're going to be able to communicate with each other very, very quickly. They have a lot of trust in each other too, because this has been a roster that's been around for a very long time, not just since the beginning of Marvel Rivals. So if you have those really insane moments where maybe an inexperienced team would fumble due to that additional pressure levied upon their shoulders, PEPS have the means, have the years as a roster to see it through to the very end again and again and again. Some would even say all the way to the end of the line.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like PEPS is a team that has not only seasoned competitors on their roster, but also good infrastructure to make sure that whenever plans go awry, there's always a fallback, and there's always a reliability of both communications and the trust between teammates to never feel like a map is hopeless. I think one of the things that I identified about PEPS early as well in a couple of the games on domination is that they never feel like they can't clutch. The end of their second point attack the first time through in particular, we saw, I believe, both Hardest and the Lunar Snow picked at the beginning of a fight by Milk, and they still committed like 4 ultimates and tried to win it, and in the end they did off the back of respawns as well. So it's definitely a very laissez-faire approach to steal the PEPS' French, but I think that they're definitely going to be a team to watch out for.
Yeah, 100%. I really want to see them go up against likes of potentially OG, especially if we do get to see them run into teams who like to go for the same hero pool as them, because just as we saw them taken out of their comfort zone when Groot was taken off of the table, they were also able to dispatch Dusty a lot more easily when they were able to take their preferred heroes off of the table too. And that goes to show how important the macro of that pick ban phase really is. So PEPS having, like you said, that infrastructure not just within their players but also within all of their staff, where they get to, scrim regularly, VOD regularly, analyze their gameplay and look and see like what exactly all of these bans and picks are going to have, and the ramifications of each of those heroes either being added to the pool or taken away from it is definitely going to leave them a massive advantage when it comes to being able to understand that particular intricacy of the game.
Yeah, I think that at least on the bright side here for Dusty, it seems like Fincy being poached over to VIRTUS.PRO has not been crippling for them. Their tank line still seems, or rather their Vanguard line, seems to still be incredibly powerful. Frankie moving over into the role that previously was being filled by Fincy in that Doctor Strange, just getting some big eyes of Agamotto. And of course, their extra pickup in Milk Boy has been very impressive on Magneto themselves, being incredibly accurate with the primary fire. So that's at least a silver lining for Dusty moving out of this.
Yeah, and I mean, the Meteor M's as well, it were really, really strong coming on through from the Magneto, and those are hard to land because so many of those Vanguards on the enemy team have to have cooldowns, resources, shields available to be able to block those, because it's not just an elimination that is being threatened by that ultimate, it's an ultimate from your own side. Like, that is designed to take down a strategist mid-ult.
Okay, we got ourselves an interview with Team PEPS. I believe it's Leaf who's going to be joining us. Thank you so much for joining us, Leaf, and congratulations on the win.
Second map, of course, but very happy to be here with you, like day again. Like,
yeah, it's been a while, bud. in a different time, in a different scene, but I'm so happy to continually see you thriving. I'm going to dive right into a question for you guys. What's the deal with the Thing at the moment? Shu played a fair amount of it. What do you think? How do you think Thing really fits into some of these compositions?
I'm not really a specialist on the Thing, because I don't play tank, obviously. But I feel like the character is pretty strong right now. I feel like a lot of teams are trying comps with it. It's really good in like trying to kill the tanks. Like you have a lot of pressure, you can hit through shield. So I think the character is in a really good place. Maybe a bit too strong. It's a bit early, so a lot of people are not that good on the character. But I think the character is pretty strong, has a place in a lot of composition. So yeah, I think we will see a lot more from this character in the next matches.
So then, diving away from the Thing and moving more towards a hero that you might be more familiar with, Johnny, the Torch. We didn't get to see him at all in this match. In fact, we haven't got to see him at all today. Do you think he's sort of in a weaker position? Is he just still outclassed by everything that Storm brings to the table, which is the reason why we're not seeing him in compositions currently?
I think it's very hard to say, because the Torch is very close to being very good. Like it's really, really close to being a very strong character. I think it lacks a few things. Like it lacks a bit of damage or a bit of anything. His ult is pretty weak overall as well, if you don't combo it with Storm, which is a big issue. But I think maybe with time, we would find that the character is kinda okay. I think we can see a bit of Torch in the next matches. But for me right now, I don't feel comfortable on the pick, and I don't feel like it brings a lot to the table that Storm doesn't. But maybe later.
Speaking of picks that you do feel comfortable with, where would you say your biggest talent in Marvel Rivals at the moment is? Would you like to stick to the Storm, or is there something in your back pocket that you think is going to be I've heard tale of a Leaf Spider-Man, which is very impressive. Is there truth to this?
I'm quite unsure about some characters, but I think I'm pretty flexible. I can try a lot of things. Like I'm not bad on a lot of picks, but I'm not really good on picks overall. Like Storm is probably one of my better picks overall. But to be honest, I just play what the team wants me to play. I'm open to try any character and to play on it. I can like have playtime on anything if they want me to. So for me, it's not a problem. I can play anything as long as it's good and it fits our composition.
So would you say that flexibility is one of the things that is a must for a lot of teams, like at this level with the picks and the ban phases coming on through? It definitely looked like you had a lot of an easier time up against Dusty when you were able to get things like the Groot to go through for Teemo.
Yeah, I think flexibility is something important, but maybe not as important right now because the game is kind of new. And I feel like a lot of stronger teams don't really have flexibility because, I mean, not that much because you don't really need it. Like a lot of teams have one mind of a composition. I mean, like, okay, with this comp we want to play like this, and maybe we can do one of two swap. You must have some one or two picks that you can fit into this composition because there's bans, which is really good. But overall, a lot of teams are like one tricking a kind of composition, even us, to be honest. And I think it's too early for teams to be flexible. Like it's not worth it that much. You have to kind of commit to a style and force it as much as you can. But maybe in like few months, like when players have more playtime, then you can have different playstyle within the same team. I think it can happen.
I look forward to seeing how your particular playstyle matches up to all of our other invited teams here at the Marvel Rivals Invitational for EMEA. Thanks for joining us, Leaf, and congratulations on a huge performance and a big win.
Thank you, Ian. Good night.
All right, we've finished talking to Leaf. That was a super impressive performance there from Team PEPS. As a team that didn't have as much experience as far as I was aware in terms of Marvel Rivals, I don't remember them going too far in MRC with this roster. I think they've really put themselves on the map here, Moxie.
Yeah, I mean, they've been very active after MRC Season 0. They've been entering a lot of different tournaments, building a lot of experience, a lot of synergy. They scrim very frequently as well, so you can see, like, they've put in the hours. I think, like, they knew coming into this season, they were a little bit behind in terms of some of the experience that some of the more seasoned teams had. Speaking about seasoned teams, we have a very seasoned team ready and waiting to go head to head, and we'll be right back with that match after these highlights.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising.
Support ultimate being used by Kanga. No support ultimates left for the side of Oz endgame, and this does mean that people are starting to fold. Purification, Nikos, both supports are down from Oz
And
endgame.
off angle as well. Tarax on a massive off angle. 3-piece coming through nice and quickly, and that will be the clean out now for the rest. Rude's used that ult for very low HP. Tricky survives, gets enough healing to be able to make it work. Isaac follows up on Oz 6, and this is a situation now where Fury look to be able to get a full reset on Oz endgame. I don't think Oz endgame are going to really throw much more into this one. They don't really have a lot. Isaac's going to make sure nothing happens. Another double stun on the back line. And there's
Beautiful.
your reset. It cost an extra
Absolutely
ultimate.
beautiful.
It forced him out.
That eternal bond feeling at least is going to keep that invisible woman standing. I've got news for you though. It's time for Kraken Edge once more. Inspo going to be hit by that one going low. That's the reset. And there's more where that came from. Crimson desperately trying to get away with that tainted voltage and secure the kill and give another reset. Hypnotic using it more for mobility than anything else right now, which I think is completely fair. As Taxi will be surrounded and dragged down.
When their tanks get low, but it's going to be Remzi with 2 KOs. They get Donald extremely low, and they're able to heal it up at the start, but not for long as Remzi cuts them up.
Gets caught out there. That is brutal stuff. Tries to go in for an eye of Agamotto, but it ends up being their undoing instead. And that's Adam finding a double. Nasty little meteor, and my goodness, Inspo and Crimson, both Luna Snows in that moment, taken down. A moment, but it should be a decent showing for Kanga. They've lost Inspo, however, Platinum Star just don't want to lay down. They are not taking this one. That is Ace going absolutely ham, man. That is a double off the clap. This guy is ridiculous.
I mean, just some insane plays there from Ace and Platinum Star. I mean,
Great of both wells. Battlefly being used by 6 as well. They will be able to get a KO onto Netra. 76% on the point right now. But wait, it's flipping.
Making the comeback. You get the combo though. What you see there is Niang comboing off a Tinny Falcon, who goes down. The Eye of Agamotto hits first, allows then Niang to be able to drop in the extra Horn of Proteus.
No strategist ultimate up here for Platinum Star. This is dangerous now for Cronus to go in. This damage will stick. Again, the Dagger Storm though, good in the pinch for AoE healing if you don't have one of those strategist ultimates. Pyrax, I think this is going to be way too much now. It is going to be a complete wipe, folks. Pyrax for free. Absolutely dirty stuff with the Goddess of Death.
Now Ace once again goes in, gets one pick, gets 2 picks. Going for another reset, and another reset, and a 4th reset. Is that a 5th?
Last minute left to go here, so not quite last fight. Right, there will be more to come through, but the problem here is
Atlas using the God of Mischief on the other side, trying to use one as well. So you do get one of those big key ultimates out. Oh no! Sick KO there, Kanga. It's going to be Tyrax actually finishing off Shroods in midair.
Shroods was trying to go for the move.
Yeah.
Looking for Dance of the Butterfly in midair to deal with Tyrax, but it falls
Dude,
back.
Tyrax is going crazy.
But both of these duelists end up looking straight at Shroods again.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this? I'm the brightest in the sky. Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy. Coming through. Let's rumble. I'll cover you. That's gonna bruise. Let's go, Logan. Ready to throw down. It's clobbering time! Booyah!
One last match here at the Marvel Rivals Invitational for EMEA. I'm Leg Day, joined by Moxie, and we are going to be heading into Twisted Minds, going up against VIRTUS.PRO. And for those of you who want spoiler alerts, VIRTUS.PRO might well be the strongest team in Europe currently. And as far as my 2 cents go, I think they're the strongest team in the world for Marvel Rivals right now.
Yeah, and I mean, there is major facts backing up your statement. As for those of you who don't know, like, if you're like, who exactly is VIRTUS.PRO, you might be more familiar with the name Team Cats, which is the team name that they completed under all the way back in Season 0, where they took the title of the EU region, and in an absolute dominant fashion. In fact, a lot of their players are currently ranked incredibly high globally. In fact, they have the current #1 globally ranked player in Phi, so we're going to be able to see how he's going to be doing into this current season. But I am always a major fan whenever I get to see the players on Twisted Minds roster, because you might recognize those players from a team called Oh Yeah, which is where Twisted Minds picked them up. And if you are familiar with the Oh Yeah organization, as both myself and Harry are very lucky to be, you know that this team is a little bit out of the ordinary. They don't so much as play inside the boxes entirely on a different map to said box. Get ready for some very strange hero picks coming out into play. We've got Kaya, who was previously taking a DPS role in his previous iterations. He's now actually hopped on over to the Vanguard position, plays an awful lot of things like the 4, and Kaiser has taken up his mantle as Squirrel Girl. So I do want to see whether or not that's going to be able to make it successfully through the pick and ban phase.
Yeah, VIRTUS.PRO straight away going to be moving in with the Venom ban here, just trying to slow things down and get rid of that diving Vanguard presence. But Logan's going to be protected here. Of course, Team Captain, probably one of the more noteworthy breakout content creators of Marvel Rivals, known for being #LowGang and one of the greatest Wolverines in the world. And this is actually going to hold Nevix and Fincy at threat.
Yeah, especially because VP have sort of moved over to this very brawl-heavy Groot composition. Oh, there it goes. I was gonna say, they're either going to be able to protect the Wolverine for Team Captain or protect the Squirrel Girl for Kaiser. Whichever one they leave out in the open is going to be taken off of the board by VIRTUS.PRO. It's the Squirrel Girl, unfortunately, that is the sacrifice for Team Captain to be able to play into that Wolverine, so we're not going to be having that massive burst spam damage, nor that continuous pressure of threat coming on through, which really does make your strategists feel the nerfs that came on through in the previous patch, where the energy rate for all of those ultimate charges was quite drastically increased.
Yeah. Just to clue everyone in on the current status of VIRTUS.PRO, Fincy is a new addition to this roster. Fincy previously played with Niceland, who you would have just seen competing under the name Dusty, was one of the leaders of that particular squad, played with Doctor Strange for them, and many of the other Vanguards. Now going to be picking up the Vanguard roles here in place of, I believe, Doge, who was playing with VIRTUS.PRO beforehand. They also have Lindstrom on the bench, who is a very talented hit scan player. So if they ever need to play like a double hit scan kind of setup here between both Fire and Lindstrom, maybe that's going to be the pickup.
Yeah, defense going to be coming on for Twisted Minds. First of all, fire is definitely going to be one thing that they have to be incredibly wary of. You can already see Team Captain getting into position on that left side ledge just to scout out whether or not the Hela is going to be popping up on that window, as a lot of those Helas do love to do, invest in the shift, getting into a good position, putting the threat into the strategist up onto that high ground in the defense's team, so that it pulls a lot of their focus away from just poking down the front line before they can properly walk. No Strange going to actually be in play for Virtus.Pro currently, so they're not going to be able to use that Strange teleport to bypass all of this poke phase that's going to be set in place for the side of Twisted Minds.
Unsurprisingly, you go for Magneto instead, knowing that Team Captain's lurking on the Logan. On the other side, that magnetic bulwark is incredibly important to try and save your co-Vanguard from a feral leap. Of course, for now, Team Captain does have a merciful bit of cover, instantly grabs the Groot and takes them into the midst of the rest of Twisted Minds. But it seems like Hayes is actually going to be the one who's picking up a bunch of damage here. Unlimited ammo for the Bucky. The Winter Soldier finds their man again and again. Double dinks for Sparker. And you know what? It's time for Sparker glazing session already. This guy might be the best duelist player in the world.
I mean, that was also all opened up originally by Fi. His team went for that right side rotation, and with a smoke screen that veiled Fi's approach with the shift, he goes into the crow form all the way around from their side of the map to the health pack, which the defenders were controlling, and now that was so one-sided. They've already got the rocket amp on line. Cypher invests into that Seer, but it's Sparker who says goodbye, hello once again, as he gets brought back by that BRB. A lot of the momentum now actually melted away from the side of Virtus.Pro, as Twisted Minds might be able to stabilize off of that strangling prison.
Oh, Kaya punished for the peak though. Thai manages to connect a headshot and get the frag off the back of that one. It's going to be a dance here. The fate of both worlds could be punished thereafter by Kaiser. The Omega Hurricane good to go. Waits until this ultimate is over as Fi takes to the skies in order to make sure that the pathing of the storm is going to be complicated, and no real damage is delivered there by the Omega Hurricane, despite not being too far countered by the fate of both worlds. Fi did not expect to find the Wolverine here. Takes to the skies with the Goddess of Death and rains down big damage, yes, but should be carved through fairly quickly. Elsewhere, it's actually a big amount of damage that comes on through. Team Captain's been suffering off the back of that. Sparker catches up to Kaiser.
Yeah, and unfortunately for the side of Twisted Minds, there's no Strange currently in the lobby, right? So normally when we see the Hela invest Goddess of Death, it gets blocked entirely by a Strange just levitating on up and holding the shield directly in front of her face, but it was actually Pox who was forced into investing Fate of both worlds, and that's bleeding into the resources that they have available now. They don't have a strategist ultimate to stop Virtus.Pro just getting incredibly aggro and deciding that all of that space from B is just shut down entirely. The defense is left with nothing except Kaya having to now swap onto the 4 and try to get Brawly as Fi takes to the skies once more to get an angle where he's going to be uncontested.
They're going to be going straight into the sea there. The Cosmic Yarn amplified, doing a lot of damage. And guess what? Sparker's just going to be floating in midair, unable to connect the Meteor Ram. Isaac is punished for the audacity that was given over thereafter. An attempt for a Bionic Hook grabs out Kai. It's a little bit too much meat to get through early, but eventually the Butcher's Cleaver will find its mark. An Eternal Bond here for a little bit more safety, courtesy of Exo. Keeps Twisted Minds in a good position. Sparker gets 2 off the explosive bullets of the Stern, and despite a desperate horn of Proteus, you're going to need more than Giganto to get yourself out of this one. You can ride him home maybe, or ride him back to a spawner room, but this will be decided on C.
Twisted Minds is trying every trick in the book to try and find any sort of stall for some of these ultimates to come into play. Kaiser over onto that Namor, utilizing the Blessing of the Deep, the 3 seconds of invulnerability to keep himself on the card. EXO trying to use the Eternal Bond to get everybody back into fighting shape, but Sparker on that Bucky just gets the Bionic Hook and is able to take them immediately out of the mix. Fire was looking for a off angle on that left side. He isn't able to find a pick, but he is able to pull the full attention of that Magneto, which is now resources drained from the front line for the rest of VIRTUS.PRO to capitalize on. In fact, he's not just been able to bait the Magneto into looking at him. Kaya's shown up to the mix too.
Oh, once again, unlimited ammo going to be distributed here. Onto Sparker, team captain, solo opted by the group. A strangling prison. It allows for easy follow-up for Sparker, even with the ultimate of Luna here. The fate of both worlds deployed. There still is too much damage done. Multiple players racked their nerves by the edge of the Kraken impact. One player hits the ground, another will join them. Kaya finding the business end of what Sparker can deliver. Just taking to the ground now, not wanting to go too far. Dredro punished for the overextension by a well-placed Meteor Ram. But Fire is more than capable to be the third man in that fight. Down comes another Meteor M, this time onto EXO. Eternal Bond denied. Dredro actually swaps over in Spawn to the Scarlet Witch in order to confer that Metallic Chaos team up at just the right moment and give a little bit more oomph to Fincy to try and finish this one out. The damage is too much to bear, and while it may be some draining onto a point here from the side of Twisted Minds, they don't have the meat nor the power to rebuff VIRTUS.PRO.
To give proper weight of definition to what VIRTUS.PRO were just able to do on that C push, they take EXO down when the CD is 85% to Eternal Bond. And when the CD comes back, Eternal Bond is still not built. Like, that's why Finzy has the confidence to commit the Meteor M. He's like, I don't need to hold my ultimate to stop yours. I can stop you in your tracks right now. And you can really see, like, the min-maxing properly coming into play just off of things like you pointed out, the Scarlet Witch swap in Spawn. So the Mag is able to have that additional bit of damage and can tip the scales before the defensive team can utilize the faster spawns to respawn and hold their own and stall out before they can try and swing the fight into their favor. I mean, the stats. A lot of the time we say that stats don't tell the full story, but this tells every single part of that story. You can read these stats like an absolute best-selling novel. 10,000 damage on Finzy, 11,000 for both Fi and Sparker. Meanwhile, unfortunately for the side of Twisted Minds, all of those high numbers are on the wrong end of the list. They're right slap bang in the middle rather than on that left side.
Yeah, unfortunately for Twisted Minds, this is just a bad draw in the Swiss stage. They're far from defeated just yet, but VIRTUS.PRO we are expecting to be a heavy favorite in so many of these games. Cypher going to be sticking to the Rocket Raccoon for the course of much of this first point defense here, just to give extra oomph to Sparker, as well as those forgivenesses for overextensions and peaks. You really do need that BRB when you're going up against Team Captain for the threat of that kidnap, and that's why. Goodbye Fi and hello Fi again.
Yeah, again and again and again. Kraken, in fact, hasn't come back into play, but the Hela absolutely has returned to the fray. Fi, though, has been dislodged from his perch. Good break of the map coming on through from the side of Twisted Minds, denying the Hela that angle, forcing him into a really tough position where the Magneto can just look for the right click, left click, right click with all, or rather the left click, right click, left click, with all of the damage that he got buffed up into on the latest patch. But Fi might have been denied the left side angle. He's still holding court on the right side, and you can see that Twisted Minds very wary of not getting picked mid-rotate.
Yeah, very wary about those angles. Isaac for now going to be catching a bunch of poke, and oh my goodness, Kaya dragged in, punched further, displaced. We're going to be moving the tree around. It's a gardening operation here from the side of VIRTUS.PRO, and well, they put down roots, and they are rarely going to be moved from this point.
They're going to be putting Strangling Prison into this next fight potentially too, and they might be able to wombo combo it with that Kraken impact. Potentially Meteor M if you want the one-shot capability. Little bit of a duel coming on through. Both of these Magnetos just pressuring each other into burning through those resources, and once the shield and the bubble has been invested, Sparker sees this moment and looks for the hook. Now Meteor M is going to be invested. Can he find the CD through the Eternal Bond? No, but he settles for the second best prize, which is going to be Pox. No Luna, no fate of both worlds to see yourself through when this fight goes down to that sustained brawl. And this is just VIRTUS.PRO yet again playing everything to an absolute T.
Oh, a perfect pick onto Pox there as well, making sure that that Fate of Both Worlds was unavailable to reinforce the remainder of Twisted Minds when it really felt like they could have had a huge advantage there. But now Pox has to decide, what do I counter with my Fate of Both Worlds? Because you've got three very compelling factors that you have to consider here.
It's a little bit of a catch-22 between a rock and a team wipe that we're probably gonna see. I mean, if you're Twisted Minds, you might just try and upheave the ultimate economy coming through from the side of VIRTUS.PRO, dry push up, just try and close that distance as quickly as possible, taking this high ground approach, looking to try and poke them out. Fi at the same time is going to get challenged by the Star-Lord from Kaiser, but he is going to be sent back to the stars. As Fi is able to win out with the help of that Hela E, just dragging them into position for the follow-up into the critical, and then he gets the late kill onto Isaac on that Magneto as well. No ultimate except Strangling Prison invested, and Pox still holds on to the Fate of Both Worlds. This dance track leg day has been put on a temporary pause.
Yeah, it's been put on a pause, but it is now in danger. The burst that you can get with that Meteor M to try and take out the Fate of Both Worlds, if you can remove the overhealth that Luna gains when popping it, is fairly dangerous. And guess what? Fitzy's almost got another one to play with.
Fi still holds on to this Goddess of Death too. Twisted Minds now are going to try the luck just walking up main. Yet again, Isaac is the one who's trying to draw the attention away. But he's isolated, he's walled, he has to use the bubble. Tridro on the Luna with the ice odds is going to be able to take him down. And this Luna has almost pulled off another Fate of Both Worlds. Pox now invests it. Eye of Agamotto comes on through from the side of Kaya. Doesn't manage to find any follow-up though, as all of that follow-up damage that potentially could have been there was being baited into taking a 1v1 against 5.
Now into overtime, grand finale going to come on through. It's Streedro putting on a performance as well as the rest of VP. Even Cypher gets himself in the frag feed using the Rocket Raccoon. Sparker hits Paydirt when it comes to that final hit from Rotter Stern. And despite the very fancy punk skin of Hulk right there, you're going to need more than fancy threads to get one over on the Bears. A dominant performance in our first map.
Yeah, I mean, VIRTUS.PRO, champions for a reason. Like, this team, so dominant. They've been playing Marvel Rivals for a very long time. They adapted very, very quickly as well. They probably have the best backline when it comes to the European region of being able to adapt, and you can see it actually in the statistics. Saipe, by the way, didn't die a single time. 41 assists on the Rocket Raccoon. That's a lot of Z combos with Sparker, who was able to translate all of that faster firing speed and unlimited ammo into 19,000 damage coming on through. And unfortunately, it just meant that, like, Twisted Minds, every single time they tried to take an approach, one of them had to try and see Fi's threat off on the Hela, and then they had to send one of their Vanguard players to try and anchor onto point to force the front line and hope that Nevix's attention would be drawn so that the Groot Walls would be used primarily to block off the Vanguard from the back line. And it just meant that they were pulled in so many different directions. We've all been in the position of having to walk up towards that point, and you have just like so many angles that you have to contest with as an attacking team. You've got to worry about the left side, you've got to worry about the right side, you've got to worry about point, you've got to worry about the garage, where the defenders can sort of pull back to if they feel themselves getting a little bit overextended or potentially wanting to just regroup and recoup. It's a really rough one to be able to take without losing any casualties on the walk-up, and Twisted Minds just weren't able to pull it through.
Yeah, big credit to Fincy as well, being the newest member of this former Team Cats, now VIRTUS.PRO roster. Picking up an MVP in your first official match definitely is like, I belong on this roster. I'm a true part of it. We're going to have a selection of highlights for you guys. I'm actually just going to be very Team Cat, very VIRTUS.PRO weighted. You can enjoy them. We'll see you on the other side.
trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your fries, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rising, hoping your mind.
I'm hulking out! Gamma shield! Hulk smash!
Dodge this! Supernova!
Oh yeah, coming through! My favorite time!
Human Torch in the house, yo! You don't look so hot! Boom goes the meteor! No applause? Dodge this! I'm the brightest in the sky! Supernova! Firestorm! Flame on!
Benjamin J. Grimm, reporting for duty. Too easy! Coming through! Let's rumble! I'll cover you! That's gonna bruise! Let's go, Logan! Ready to throw down! It's clobbering time! Booyah!
VIRTUS.PRO are yet to drop a map in the entirety of Marvel Rivals Esports. How about that? Might be the next one, though, Marks. It all comes down to this when it comes to Twisted Minds trying to get their way out of a Swiss with not an 0-2 scoreline. Symbiotic Surface is the pick for them, and Twisted Minds, well, they can certainly leverage some of their favorite heroes here.
I mean, this is their favorite map. This is their favorite map that they love playing Squirrel Girl specifically on. So, like, I hope that we're going to see the sort of change now of the Squirrel Girl protection over the Wolverine, because, like, we were talking during the break about, like, okay, the Wolverine protection was a good idea to try and counterplay with Nevix on that group, because normally that's the ideal kidnap target with your Feral Leap, right? There's no way that he can resist. He doesn't have things like the bubble or the shield that you have to worry about being able to find the elimination on the other Vanguards for. So he can be really, really strong if you can pull him out of position. But unfortunately, the Wolverine actually has to be able to close up the distance, which opens you up to the poke phase. And if Phi is able to literally deal with the individual person who comes on through before you can close up that distance with the Wolverine, that win condition just falls quite literally through the floor. As we're going to be having a look to see the bans coming on out. Garroot taken out by Twisted Minds immediately. VP actually not going to be banning the Squirrel Girl immediately, which opens Twisted Minds up to instantly lock it and protect it. I am fully expecting to see a Squirrel Girl duelist come through in this protection phase right now.
I would hope so. I mean, like, you get rid of the main thing that Wolverine would counter in the group, right? So... yeah. Right, guys? Right, guys?
Okay.
There it is. Okay. Just keeping us in
Cutting
suspense.
it a little bit close to the wire. But the Squirrel Girl protection is going to come through. Kaiser will be able to pick up his signature hero. And the spam shenanigans are going to be very much afoot. Question is it going to be a strange ban alongside it to prevent VIRTUS.PRO from hopping into a portal and navigating a massive chunk of that poke phase? No, it's going to be the Magneto shutdown instead.
Every ban thus far onto a Vanguard, considerably shrinking that roster. Question is, will the last ban here from the side of VIRTUS.PRO also be onto a Vanguard, you know, just to make sure that only one player maybe will be able to play the exact Vanguard that they want. One last ban, and they're like, you know what, team captain, you don't get to play your Wolverine. And team captain, I have seen before when playing with Schmungus in MRC, would often pick up the Magneto as their secondary pick when Wolverine gets banned. Of course, Magneto is also off the cards at the moment, so it might well be the name or...
Yeah, do you know what is on the cards, though? And this is very much Twisted Minds actually being fully serious. Captain America. I was very lucky. I got to catch up with some of the players from Twisted Minds before today, and they were talking me through some of the things that we could potentially see, and I was teased that there would be Captain America. So I am hoping that Isaac is going to be able to carry this pick properly through. He's not exactly meta, but this has been the identity that these players have had in the past. They play their own game.
Freedom is an idea that will never die. VIRTUS.PRO may have notes on that. We'll have to see. Of course, going to be combined here with the Thor to create a lot more burst potential for the Captain America. And Kaya is very comfortable playing the God of Thunder directly from Asgard. And Cypher just going to get some early poke here with his collection of clones in order to build up towards that God of Mischief in record time.
Yeah, there goes the Squirrel Girl spam coming on through. It's not going to be part of the Spider-Man, so it is only going to be one form of CC with that Squirrel blockade. As Cypher, goes incredibly low, has to actually invest the regeneration domain to live and back off the disengages. We can actually see that Isaac on the Captain America has taken the flank approach and is trying to make VIRTUS.PRO turn their heads so that those strategists don't get to keep the front line topped up when the Squirrel Girl starts making that damage stick.
Oh, nice block there off the clone to make sure that Acorn doesn't root for too long. Actually taken down at range, though. And now look at this. Taser on the off angle is going to be absolutely bombarding this back line. They can't stay there for too long without risking taking some serious damage. And Isaac is slowly eroding their space as well. Liberty's knocking at the door, but who will answer? Because I was in the shower. Out goes another rooting Acorn. It's going to be Nevix who's stuck in place at the moment. And this calls for the fate of both worlds to be put onto a point. Already a tick has been given over here onto the side of Twisted Minds. defense, but VIRTUS.PRO, they were simply biding their time, allowing Fire a moment to return, and that is going to be a retake successful.
Yeah, huge God of Mischief comes on through from Saipe, copying that Luna, getting that Fate of both worlds. So Dridro is still going to be holding on to their own to match sides with Pox. The difference, though, is that Twisted Minds, because they have the name, or they have the Horn of Proteus, so they can invest Pox's Fate of both worlds to get the damage boost and actually take Dridro down mid-ultimate if they can find the space to do so. As we can see, yet again, Isaac going for that same flank up onto that top left side. There goes the Freedom Charge. Is it going to free Twisted Minds team to walk away onto point? It unleashes the Fate of both worlds coming on through from Dridro, and it also sends into battle the unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami, which is shot down by the Eye of Agamotto.
Indeed it is. Sparker, reset after reset, falling low. It's actually the Frozen Spawn that managed to find the final blow. And look at this. A reversal of fortune from our previous map. It looks like Twisted Minds are going to be able to get the cart moving. We're going to start trying to deliver Null into that underground. So we head over to a point of the map which is very much defined by its dueling high ground. You're going to have to try and take these away somehow using the leaps of Cap.
Yeah, Phi is going to be absolutely monstrous, and you can actually see Team Captain on the Snamer with those monstro spawns, just trying to force the hell off of that angle, buying time for Exo on this Loki to build up to that God of Mischief to be able to copy a Luna and get her ultimate before Phi decides to invest in the Goddess of Death. But Sparker fully into this fight is able to take down the Captain America, and without one of their major forces of moving forward, TM is going to be taking a big step back.
Sparker on this angle is going to be a nightmare to deal with. Might have to send the Thor up there to get a duo bully. Isaac also thinking the same thing. Here comes Kaya to try and keep Sparker at bay. Already a headshot delivered means that it's time to discretion. Perhaps the better part of Valor at this moment. The Thing also doing a good job of trying to bodyguard this. Can use the E to give damage reduction over to the Winter Soldier if it is going to be required. And it seems like VIRTUS.PRO are just going to sit on a smorgasbord of ultimates. Come over here, Kaya, for a cuddle. A particularly deadly cuddle in this case. You're going to be cuddling McLaughlin.
Oh, Isaac gets CC'd, which leads immediately into the follow-up coming through from Phi with the primary into the headshot. And this is Twisted Minds, unfortunately, going to be held at bay currently. They're losing a lot of space too. So close to having that Freedom Charge to just blitz their way through with the additional health that it affords when these players run alongside that banner. And now we can hear it. Freedom Charge comes on through. But unfortunately, Clobbering time is on the clock. Nevik slows all of the approach down. And this is a lot of ultimates the Twisted Minds are having to invest just to be able to see this fight through.
Yeah, Exo has to swap over onto the Luna using that God of Mischief. Going to be an additional ultimate. I believe two of them are active at once. Shreedra on the other side also putting on a show. Another copy coming on through. The God of Mischief grabbing yet another Luna. The Fate of both worlds just continues rolling forward. Everyone feeling very party-esque right now, putting out their best dance moves. Phi takes to the sky. The Goddess of Death towards the back. That's big AoE, taking down Team Captain KZ. Yes, flies through the sky for but a moment, but it's all pain on the side of Twisted Minds as VIRTUS.PRO wants to once again retake their defensive positions.
Yeah, Phi on this Hella still getting so much control of that space. Good Soul Drain almost gets that kill elimination on to the Squirrel Girl off of the back of that one. Doesn't have enough follow-up damage though to be able to see it through that Helper. Phi now having to back on up, and yet again flanked by Nevix, who's waiting to see if Twisted Minds try and just send any of their players to offset the positions of the duelists. They have to get past the bodyguard of the Thing first. Team Captain has been able to bypass that though, off on that off angle all the way to the far right. Monstro Spawn's gonna be forcing the Strain Shield from Finzi to have to pivot in the direction to block that incoming damage away from the rest of his players. And here comes Twisted Minds yet again. Freedom Charge gonna be kicking things off. Kaiser still holds on to the Squirrel Girl Stampede, but Pox gets taken down before Fate of both worlds can amplify the damage from Team Captain's ultimate. And unfortunately, that means that the Horn of Proteus just doesn't find the hit it was looking for.
Caught near a corner, gets womboed by the unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami. There's only one thing that can take down my goat in Spark, and that's going to be a bunch of squirrels. However, trying to turn this one around. Exo goes for the Goes for the God of Mischief, copies Luna, takes her ultimate away. But unfortunately, with 2 Lunar Snows in the back, clapping away with the Ice Art, Finty feels no danger at all right now. Might be able to go over towards the high ground. Says going to keep it low with Benjamin Grimm. Rolling forth, hitting the Stone Haymakers. Kaya takes to the sky, ready to bring down the God of Thunder. The damage is too much for Dredro to bear. The burst gets on through, even with the danger being provided right now by Fi. Up in the sky, Goddess of Death puts down the damage. Exo unable to bring out the regeneration domain as they're taken from the sky. They're just as happy to frag out on the ground. Kaiser, a victim of that one. Armed and dangerous, gets low. The Captain America finds the finish after all as well. Lunar Snow next up on the menu. Team Captain doesn't even have time to fall as the round is over. The single point claimed.
It is a single point claimed, though, and halfway through B. So the good news for Twisted Minds is that they have access to holding on to that point in all of the lanes for that Squirrel Girl to just be able to spam the damage through. The bad news for Twisted Minds is that in the picks and bans of all of the Vanguards, which were removed from the meta, Doctor Strange made it through. So all of those lanes can sort of just be avoided entirely by hopping into a portal. So it really is imperative for Twisted Minds to A, expect the portal, B, be able to react to said portal, and sustain through that first push when Finzy does invest that cooldown, so that they can open things up for Kaiser Squirrel Girl to get so much more value.
So we are going to roll out on it once more. So we're quick looking at our stats here, Mogs. 15,000 damage coming out of Spark. But guess what? Finzy's actually keeping pace with this as well. Very good on the Strange primary fire to gain that.
And I mean, even though Kaiser has been pumping out the damage, it's not meaningful damage. It's not being converted into eliminations, as you can see. So what it's actually done is tip the scales in favor of VIRTUS.PRO's backline. The strategists have been healing so much more, being able to mitigate that spam damage and build up those ultimates incredibly quickly. As Isaac still gonna be on that Captain America. Finzy actually not going to be utilizing the portal just yet, so it is going to be VIRTUS.PRO very much taking a walk to point approach, which does mean that Kaiser already almost 50% to that first Squirrel Tsunami.
All Fi already in danger. Dredro the same. The backline marauding of the Captain America, saying that continually has to be accounted for here by VIRTUS.PRO as they are able to move through the zone of influence projected from the Squirrel Girl, but the longer they stay there, the more damage they're going to take. Actually overwhelmed in the back potentially as Isaac manages to leap away for a second longer, but eventually Saipe gets their man using the Mystic Arts. Now Dredro begins the Ice Arts, putting on quite the show. I don't think Kaya is going to be leaving a good review for this one, not going in the Mets at all. Team Captain next to fall down. Interesting flex from Team Captain here onto the thing. It's the triple Vanguard from Twisted Minds, but can't stand its ground.
Yeah, I mean, VIRTUS.PRO also going to be running the thing with Nevix, but he was the one who sort of went around with that flank approach to make sure that Saipe was cared for. If the Captain America tried to run down that Loki, now it's going to be a brawl out over for control of the left lane, which leads immediately to the high ground approach for Fi to take control of, but that is going to be shut down. Good Squirrel blockade comes on through from Kaiser to be able to shut the Hela down and stop her from utilizing that shift and birding out of that fight. And off of the back of that one, TM will be able to reclaim quite a bit of space for Kaiser now to start again making sure that when VIRTUS.PRO have to make this approach, they're going to be down resources when the fight properly breaks out.
Space and important stability as well, being able to leverage these high grounds. Oh no, if they lose a Vanguard early, it could be curtains. Team Captains the first to go. They simply can't heal through all the damage levied here. Grabbed out of midair. It's Duck Hunt for Sparker, and the Ducks are all in a row. It's a disengage, it's desperate, yes, but if they can manage to get everyone out, maybe there's a chance to recontest here. There's not much space to work with, Mox.
Sparker's going to be able to use Trooper's Fist as well to take high ground before Twisted Minds could make the rotation from left side. Grapple doesn't find the target that it's looking for. Kraken Impact is going to come on through. Fate of both worlds now comes out from the end of Twisted Minds, trying to offset all of that incoming damage, but the Loki copies are still out, and Sparker's still got the resets as a result.
Oh, up into the air. Fincy, an air-to-air interception. We don't do that here. We don't bring down the hammer. Fincy just stands in place, keeping their feet upon the cart, the mission area, in their care for a moment as Sparker watches after the Captain America. Yes, they're going over into the backline. It has made Saipe a victim due to the combined damage of both the Captain America and the Squirrel Girl. But guess what? Presence on the point is lacking. The unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami is going to be pushed on out, but that is still destructible. And with good aim, Tippy Toe is sent to the Shadow Realm for a touch longer. Looking for a grab. Get back here, Namor. Nobody said you could go back to your pond. Sparker just getting frag after frag. But guess what? Fincy under pressure. Dredro needs to come in here with a bunch of heals, but does not have the availability of the ultimate yet. It's all going to be about the ice arts and a vanilla aim. Kaya taking too much damage. Five's returned on a signature hero of Sparkers now.
Yeah, Fi gets to take that high ground hold away from Twisted Minds 2, who are so occupied trying to keep that payload in contest. Agamotto is going to be available for Finzi as Nevix goes in to disrupt that backline. Strategists, unfortunately, not able to peel for each other. They had to sacrifice the Luna so the Loki could prioritize keeping these Vanguards alive and this point in contest. Dance floor comes on out from Dredro and make sure that everyone is playing fit food fiddle over into that Nevix ultimate now coming on out. And this should be all she wrote for the side of VIRTUS.PRO. They just have to be able to stick the damage through the fate of both walls from Pox. Finzy's gonna have the dancer, the butterflies too, to come on out. And that should be the winning ultimate, Harry, as this overtime fight has gone on for a whole host of time. But unfortunately for Twisted Minds, they're just losing player after player, ultimate resource after resource, and they don't even need the dance of the butterflies to see that one through to the very end.
And 2 minutes of time left in the bank in case it was needed. VIRTUS.PRO just capped ace so fast against that triple Vanguard, even with all that meat. 2 MVPs in a row, by the way, for Fincy, who, it's not easy to get that when you're on a team with Fi and Sparker, but bro is putting up the numbers and really staking his claim as someone who deserves to be on one of the best teams in the world.
I mean, you can see the kind of composition too that VIRTUS.PRO were going up against in terms of the statistics for damage blocked on this range. 43,852 coming through from his end. And really, you do have to take your hat off as well to the supports like Saipe and Dredro both being able to dole out massive chunks of burst healing on the Loki and the Luna to make sure that when the shields did break from Finzi, they were still able to keep everybody alive, everyone still fighting uber fit through that continuous pressure and threat coming out from Twisted Minds, because they really did have a lot of poke pressure. The Squirrel Girl, the Namor, the Luna contributing to that Namor having even higher damage output. So the fact that VIRTUS.PRO were not only able to keep everybody alive, but win the fights, even after having to approach and pick their way through all of that incoming damage, really goes to show, like, this team, they don't just have the clutch factor. They're able to pick their moments very specifically to understand when the fight is at an advantage and when they have to back on off and play a little bit more defensively.
Yeah, their macro reads are strong, and I'm just saying, nothing says I have one of the best backlines that I could ever ask for as taking like 44k damage and falling once. Yeah. Like, bro's only got like 600 HP to work with, and with 40k damage blocked, only falling down one time is pretty wild. What a performance here from VIRTUS.PRO. We outlined at the beginning of this match that VIRTUS.PRO are definitely the favorites of the tournament, possibly the best team in the world by my account for Marvel Rivals. This is not an indictment of Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds are a very strong team, as you'll see later in the Swiss. But VIRTUS.PRO are basically a cut above.
I mean, they really are. I'm really interested to see when they go up against a team like OG, whether or not like that gap that we're expecting is going to be as wide as is Fair Eyes, or if that distance is getting actually closed on up. But for now, VIRTUS.PRO really do look like they're going to be making a second run of an absolutely and entirely undefeated run of the Invitational from the Marvel Rivals series.
Yeah, we're looking for them to potentially drop their first map ever. We do have an interview coming for you guys soon. I believe Fincy is going to be on the line. The newest addition to VIRTUS.PRO. Congratulations on a fantastic debut match, Fincy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
What's it been like integrating into such a established roster that did so well in Marvel Rivals Championship after your time on Iceland?
I just feel really lucky. I'm coming into the best team in the world, I think. So it feels really nice. Everyone knows what they're doing and everyone's just insane at the game.
So looking at that last matchup, Twisted Mind's obviously running compositions which are trying to sort of frustrate the team that they're running into, putting you under a lot of pressure with that continuous poke and spam from things like the Squirrel Girl and also the Captain America just running straight into your backline. What's it like for the team on the other side? Like, how do you make sure that everyone keeps to task and keeps cool with all of those different things being thrown at you at the same time?
I mean, of course, it gets a bit chaotic, but we just play our game and we know how to play against all those heroes. We've played it before. So we just play our game and make sure we have good communication and focus the same targets and keep the flankers in check. And then it's fine.
What's the scrim setup been like for you guys heading into this tournament? Have you been scrimming a lot of the other teams that are currently in the bracket, or have you been looking elsewhere, scrimming like top NA teams or Korean teams?
We've actually only scrimmed NA teams. We've never scrimmed an EU team, at least not since I joined. So maybe that helps us, maybe not. But that's just, yeah, we think that's the best practice at the moment.
And do you think the current meta benefits like the team? Because obviously we had a major shakeup in terms of the patch come through. Triple support has seen a pretty big hit with the amount of energy charges for those ultimates. Does that benefit VIRTUS.PRO? Or are you more favorable to the current meta in comparison to what it was in Season 0?
Yeah, we like this meta, and the last meta as well, we didn't really play triple support, so it's kind of similar for us. Now Magneto is a bit better than Strange, I think, so I'm playing that a bit more, but otherwise it's pretty similar, we think.
My last note for you, I suppose, is that you came into this super established squad. Like you said, everyone on this roster is insane at the game. Are you carrying with your 2 MVPs? Is it all you, Fincy? Are you him?
No, definitely not. I mean, when you play in such a good team, it's so easy. Like it's not thanks to me that I have 0 deaths for MVP. It's because my teammates keep me alive and help me and assist me. So no, it's definitely not all me.
We love a humble king, but I still think you're a goat, Fincy. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on a magnificent debut for VIRTUS.PRO.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, that was Fincy, and what a debut, Mox. VIRTUS.PRO, they're everything we expected, and maybe a touch more. I thought we were going to see more of Sparker on the Psylocke, but it seems that Bucky's just so strong right now, there's no reason to leave him at home.
I mean, Bucky, every single cooldown on the Bucky is just so strong. You can use Trooper's Fist aggressively, you can use it to reposition, you can use it to get out of other ultimates too, which is one thing that really good Winter Soldiers will be able to do. They'll see the Meteor M coming and they'll literally just hit that shift and absolutely steamroll away from all of that incoming damage. But speaking about incoming, we have some incoming highlights from the last match, which I'm pretty sure are gonna be pretty VIRTUS.PRO flavored.
Welcome back. That draws our first day of the Marvel Rivals Invitational for EMEA to a close. You've seen all 8 of our teams You may be picking your favorites. You may be figuring out who's going to be a little bit of a diamond in the rough. And you may be constructing some internal power rankings of our teams right now. As our Swiss stage continues, here's a look at what's going to be going on tomorrow, Mox.
Oh, that first matchup, Dusty versus Twisted Minds, that's definitely going to be one to watch. As is, I think my eye is mostly going to be on the OG versus Luminosity, all the way at the very end of the day. I know a lot of us were expecting, or not expecting rather, that FNATIC and Luminosity game to be as close as it was previously. So it's going to be a very good indicator of where exactly OG and Luminosity both rank up in comparison to all of the other teams in the region.
Yeah, we're going to start constructing our internal power rankings here. I am also really looking forward to Dusty versus Twisted Minds. I want to see more of Milk Boy. Bro is crazy on the Magneto. But that also means that there's going to be a lot of pressure on Milk Boy here to try and deal with team captain's Wolverine. Being able to answer those feral leaps is one of the most important things when you're going up against a team that's as Wolverine-centric as Twisted Minds can be.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting as well to see whether or not Twisted Minds are going to prioritize the Wolverine protection, or if they're also going to try and go a little bit towards the Squirrel Girl, because the Squirrel Girl is definitely getting more success against VIRTUS.PRO than the Wolverine was previously. But then again, you've now tipped your hat a little bit. Like, that is one of the problems that this roster has run into in the past. And do you know what? You will have a problem if you don't pick up and get your hands on the wonderful 60th wedding anniversary bundle, which is currently on offer at a 57% discount. So you really do want to be able to get your hands on that one, because I promise you, with all of the additional effects that are added to these skins, it is 100% worth your investment.
Yeah, custom soundscapes for all the abilities make it a little bit more enlightening to play on Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Woman while those are equipped. All right, we're going to have a quick look at what's coming forward tomorrow with our forecast. I forecast more VIRTUS.PRO wins. To be honest, Morgs, I know it's for safe bet here. I think the Luminosity versus OG is also going to be one of the most unpredictable matches. That could be anybody's game. We still don't know where some of these more newly constructed rosters fit in terms of our power rankings, because while OG may have come from Yoinkanda, who came second in MRC, they've changed their roster around considerably and looked very clean today in their first match.
Yeah, I mean, the pickup from Tanuki, who previously was under the Euphoria umbrella for their European roster, has been an absolute stellar decision. He really is, for me, one of the standout duelists in this region. I really want to see how he's going to rank up alongside the likes of Fi and Sparka when we do get to see that team go head-to-head with VIRTUS.PRO. But in that matchup against Luminosity, I would 100% with Tanuki's involvement tip it to the favor of OG. I think if Tanuki's able to play his staple hero picks, it's probably going to be a 2-0.
Oh, that is a bold prediction, but I do like it, Mox. I'm a big fan of the Tanuki skill as well. It's been an absolute honor casting with you for our first day here of the Marvel Rivals Invitational. Thank you so much to Kenobi and Ryan Central opening up the show. They'll be back with you tomorrow, so make sure that you're following here on the channel where you're currently watching to not miss any of the action. We're going all the way through the weekend and next weekend as well. The format's changed from a previous Invitationals. We're doing 2 weekends in a row to make sure that we've got a well-seeded bracket going into that $100,000 prize pool. But from me and Mox, that's going to be all, and we will see you tomorrow.